I wanna come again, I wanna be so high in your eyes. I wanna disappear inside you and be alright tonight. You say your medicine is all that I require, and that I'm blinded by the stars in my eyes. I would never disappear when I'm open wide, if it's most of the time. I've been sinking here, 'cause I can't seem to make up my mind. You say your innocence is all that I desire, and that I'm blinded by the stars in my eyes. It's true, I've been dreaming of you. Nothing I take can help me escape that truth. You need me, well, I need me too. You say the evidence is found in my denial, and that I'm blinded by the stars in my eyes. It's true, I've been dreaming of you. Nothing I take can help me escape that truth. The way I behave always gets in the way. Nothing I say can take my reputation away. You need me, I need me too. Paint away day and night, 6 hearts, hope I'm okay. You're alright, goodbye then if you dare. Someone new is pulling everywhere. I'm afraid to let them. Nothing is what I say, I feel far away. Nothing is what I think, I will drown in panic. Yeah. After you, I'm afraid of feeling some too soon. Cling to what you're giving. Nothing is what I say, I feel far away. Nothing is what I think I will drown in pink. Yeah, 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 yeah. Paint away day and night, 6 hearts, hope I'm okay. You're alright, goodbye then if you dare. Someone new is pulling everywhere. I'm afraid to let them. Nothing is what I say. I feel far away. Nothing is what I think. I will drown in pink. Yeah, 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 yeah. Nothing is what I say. I feel far away. Nothing is what I think. I will drown in pink. Nothing is what I say. I feel far away. Nothing is what I think. Nothing is what I think. Yeah, 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 yeah. 'Cause I will drown in pink. Oh, 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 oh. Do you need anything like I need you? It's over. Do you need anything like I need you? I've got no place to be alone, my friend. He cut his wrist instead. There's your answer. You better save yourself, or else nothing like success. I would rather be in hell than regret. Do you need anything like I need you? It's over. Oh, do you need anything like I need you? No, I do. But denial,
These are not my words, yo. Most of the time,
wet my face with reality.
and permit me to breathe before I do it again. Do you need anything like I need you? Sober ho. Do you need anything like I need you? Do you need anything like I need you? Sober ho. Yo! Do you need anything like I need you? It's over. Oh, do you need anything like I need you? Do you need anything like I need you? It's over. Oh, do you need anything like I need you? Oh, do you need? Dude, they're moving shit around on YouTube. I'm like, whoa, dude, they moved the goal shit. Oh, dude. Yo. Oh. Actually, I think I might end up liking this better. The way it's gonna be now. Yo. Dude, what the fuck is up, bro? How we doing? How are we doing? Guys, I've actually spent most of the day feeling like really overwhelmed. Oh, I'm serious. You know, I don't get this very often, but today it just felt like a lot of the negative voices were like super loud. You know what I'm saying? A lot of the negative voices felt like they were way louder than they normally are, you know? And a lot of it has to do with that fucking anti-trans shit, Sophie Cunningham and the WNBA and the media blitz. Like, guys, this is what's so crazy, okay? This is what is so crazy because there's like 100 trans athletes in the entire country. You know what I'm saying? Like 100 in the whole fucking country. And yet, every media outlet is front and center on this issue that is not even an issue. You know what I'm saying? Like it's not even a pressing issue. None of it's not affecting anyone. And yet it is like, wow, dude, they have everything like turned up to 11. And then I literally just saw this before the start. Look at this shit. Did you see this? Look at this. The attorney general, okay? This again, this is from the Democratic Party, okay? Nothing is going on in Michigan except Abdul-El-Sayed is polling really well. He's going to beat Haley Stevens. And now you have Democrats in Michigan saying, oh my God, like the anti-Semitism here is so bad. We can't even go to the convention. We're not safe, right? And again, they know that this is going to get picked up by right-wing media. This is going to get picked up. And they're trying to fucking sink Abdul-El-Sayed by making it seem like he is attached to this dangerous wave. Like, it's so dangerous that the Democrats aren't even safe going to their own convention. Did you see this? This is insane, guys. This is the length that the Democratic Party will go to try to keep Israel-funded, corporate-funded Democrats in the front-running seat. I mean, look at this shit, okay? She announced it today, okay? She told Jewish community leaders she feels unwelcome, and right? And you know why, though? You know why this happened, guys? I'll tell you why it happened. Hold on. I lost my Twitter search function. I can't fucking search on Twitter anymore. Hopefully it comes back, but I'll explain that later. Let me see if it's working. Oh, it's not. So it is because of... Bro. It is because of this poll, guys. Okay, look at this. This poll came out today that showed 𝗙𝗪𝗏 up by 17 points. This poll did. Came out today. And then, look at this. Right after that poll came out, okay? Right after this poll came out, you know, which was earlier today, the Attorney General Dana Nessel just said at a roundtable on anti-Semitism, she will not be attending the state party convention because she doesn't feel safe, saying she doesn't want to be harassed or booed off stage. Okay? And now everyone is running with this. Okay? She's saying that she's being targeted, and she's saying that it's fueled by Senate races, like everyone else is saying it's because of the Senate race. Isn't that wild, guys? That is so wild. This is so fucking wild, boss. And now they're going to run with this shit. Right? They are going to run with it. But I'm telling you, this is connected to this poll, guys. Right? And it's not even, it's like, I don't know, dude. I'm really coming to grips with some shit here, guys, because this totally fucking bothers me. Okay, this totally, like, the fact that they're playing optics and they're playing like scare tactics and they're feeding into right-wing narratives. You know what I'm saying? They're feeding into right-wing narratives, and they're trying to demonize the only people that are actually fighting for, you know, a better future. Now, that's not to say that we should run out and implement the entire DSA platform, okay? There's some of the DSA stuff that may not work. However, a lot of the stuff, even if it won't work, will lead us in the right direction. And those people are certainly good at organizing. They're boots on the ground. They are in touch with the young people, you know? So this to me is crazy though, guys. And I got into it again with 𝗙𝗪𝗏𝗧𝗏. Do you know who that guy is? Let me show you. It's this guy. All right, let me show you my replies. I'm sorry, my Twitter is broken because I'll talk about it in a minute. But I got suspended today, but then not really suspended. And we're going to look at that too. But so look at this, okay? I replied to this tweet. Where is it? All right, it was... where was it? Okay. Give me 1 sec here to find it. I literally just got into it with him. Okay. It is this one. All right. So with 𝗙𝗪𝗪𝗧𝗏𝗪𝗧. All right. So look at this. So 𝗪𝗪𝗧𝗏𝗪𝗧 posted today about Michigan. All right. And it says it's got the Democratic primary polls showing 𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗧 way up, except for Glenn Gariff shows Stevens up. Okay. But all of these are like way high 𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗧. Now, then he's like, I'm dooming on this because then there's general election polls and they're all Glenn Gariff and Quantum Insights, but the Glenn Gariff shows Rogers plus 10. And so I'm like, yo, dude, the one poll over here that is showing the opposite of everything is the one telling you Rogers is plus 10. So, of course, this polling is like wildly incorrect because it is a way outlier from every other fucking thing. And so I replied to this saying why the Glenn Gariff is the only poll on the left that is way fucking wrong. So of course it's bullshit about Rogers too. No way Rogers beats 𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗧 unless Dems tank him. Okay? Now, 𝗙𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗧𝗏 came in and said, quote, unless Dems tank him. And look at this. Listen to this. This guy doesn't even know he's talking to like a diehard vote blue no matter who guy. But he says, take some responsibility for your own politics and its popularity or lack thereof with swing voters and stop blaming imaginary sabotage when you lose. And I'm like, oh, yo. I'm like, is it in my imagination? Because we literally had a Michigan rep come out a couple days ago saying she will not support 𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗧 if he wins. And she said, I will not stand beside someone who has allowed distinctly anti-American sentiment to enter our public dialogue. What the fuck is 𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗧 done that's anti-American, guys? Right? What the fuck? What has he done that is anti-American? Be Muslim? Own a house in Dubai? Be against AIPAC? Want healthcare? Want union wages? Get support of the auto unions? Right? So I'm like, yo, dude. I'm like, what the fuck is this? Right? I'm like, we got a Michigan rep saying this shit already, and he hasn't even won yet. And she's saying, oh, I won't fucking support him in a critical Senate race, guys. And I'm like, I was a vote blue no matter who until I saw everybody geeked out on fucking Israel. He didn't reply to me. He didn't reply to this. Because I'm like, yo, is like, am I imagining this shit or what? Isn't that fucking crazy? And now they're pulling this. Now the attorney general is saying, oh, it's not safe for me to go to the convention. Again, they are fucking around. They're trying to create a narrative. Guys, this is like the dirtiest shit I've ever seen, bro. This is the dirtiest shit I have ever seen. And it is my own party doing it to a leading candidate. I mean, guys, this is nuts. And these are the same people that I defended 2 years ago. Vote blue no matter who. Vote blue no matter who. Back Kamala. Back Tim Walz. Back them all. Right? You know what I'm saying? And now every leading candidate, same shit. And you ready? There's a Dem account on Twitter. Okay, there's a Dem account called, hold on. Let me do this. It's called DSA Watch. All right? I don't know if you've seen this account. I can't fucking, hold on. I got to search off fucking Twitter because my Twitter search is broken. All right, you ready? It's called DSA Watch. I don't know if you've seen this. A Democrat calling out socialists. Well, look at this shit. Look at what this person was running with. This person was running with Troy Jackson, like married to his cousin. She's his second cousin, which is a fucking distant enough relative that it's legal to get married. Right? Isn't this wild, guys? The DSA watch, this is a Democrat running this account, and he's trying to sink the Democratic candidate in Maine. And it's past the deadline. He's trying to sink the Dem candidate in Maine. Past the deadline, bro. Isn't that fucking crazy? There's just no way, guys. They're literally trying to end my relationship with the Democratic Party, man. Isn't that wild? Like my disgust with my own party is fucking like hitting peak level, guys. And why? And it is all, the only thing behind this, guys, is they don't want us to have health care, and they won't give up money to Israel. That's what it is, guys. It's literally those two things. They won't say it, but they dance around that. That no health care, right? They don't want us to actually have Medicare for all. They don't want us to have health care. They want to just put some lipstick on the pig of the health care we currently barely have. That is, just filling the insurance pockets of insurance companies, and then they fuck everybody anyway. And then war money to Israel, guys. Dude, it's insane. It is insane, guys. Right? Dude, and right? It is insane. But they're stumping, and they're trying to trash Zohran Mamdani. Right? They're fucking, you know what I'm saying? They're attacking like all of the DSA members, and they're totally promoting this shit. They're promoting Fetterman. Dude, it's so crazy. It is fucked up, guys. And this is Democrats. This is a Democrat, guys. Bro, it's fucking, I don't know, man. It's a little heartbreaking for me, guys. This is a little heartbreaking for me, honestly. And I mean, they're my God, they're going after Hassan like big time. I literally replied to a tweet not 20 minutes ago, guys. It was fucking 𝗙ecie𝗶𝗆𝗆, right? This guy, 𝗙cie𝗶𝗆𝗆. Look at this. He's taking Hassan's fucking, whatever, Hassan's producer, and he's saying that there's reporting exposing him as a propagandist for the CCP because he's friends with Roy Singham, who is the husband of one of the Code Pink, the women who created Code Pink. And Code Pink is amazing. They're literally been protesting Trump. Code Pink has been doing all kinds of climate action work. But they're like, because they're friends with this guy and this guy knows some communists, they're fucking, you know what I mean? That he's like now a Chinese propagandist. It's like everyone everyone, they are gunning. They are gunning. And it's fucked up, dude. Because you know what's fucked up, guys? Is if the left and the DSA and all those people, if we walk, the Democratic Party is finished. Okay? They're finished if we walk. I mean, it would mean a bunch of Republican wins, but the Democratic Party would also be done. They would be finished. I mean, they're already broke. They already had to take out loans. Isn't it fucked? It's fucked up, guys. It is fucked up, bro. Dude. Code Pink has issues. I like Code Pink. Dude, I like Code Pink. I've always liked Code Pink. But man, dude, I'm like frustrated. So this is what I've been grappling with today. Now, I may as well walk you through the Twitter thing. Okay? So let me walk you through the Twitter thing, because while all of this was going on, I'm in the middle of like interacting with, you know, a bunch of transphobes. The transphobe noise is like so loud. Okay? It is. It's so loud. They're like everywhere. They're milking this shit. And then 𝗙liche canceled. I was supposed to be on 𝗙tche's podcast, and he canceled on me. Okay? He fucking canceled on me, and we didn't get it rescheduled. Okay? So and then he was like saying stupid ass shit too. All right? So maybe it's going to happen tomorrow. Tentatively, it's going to happen tomorrow. But so I got a noti in my fucking app. I was on my phone and I got this red exclamation point that said, "You've been removed from the monetization program on Twitter. Check your email." And I'm like, whoa, what the fuck did I get removed for? And then I checked my email, guys, and there was this, okay? There was this notice that said, "Hi, political punk. Your account has been removed from the revenue sharing program." Hold on, babe. Hold on one sec. Sorry. Dude, I just heard a really loud noise. So did Jenny, that we thought was like a firework or a gunshot, or I don't know. It was loud though. All right, so I got a noti in my phone. I checked my email and it says your account has been removed from the revenue sharing program due to violations. And I was like, what the fuck, bro? Right? And then I got this notice, guys, that said your account was reported and has been suspended. Not a temporary timeout, but that I was suspended, that my account was gone. And it was for a tweet about like the Wisconsin place that was giving away free beer, and Benny Johnson posted about it. And I said, I'll provide free beer the day, you know, the pine box shows up. And they said I was suspended for targeted harassment because this thing, and if you try to evade suspension, we'll suspend your other accounts. So they said like my account was gone, out of the revenue and then gone. But then, guys, you ready? Then 1 minute later, I got another email that said, you are eligible to get revenue. So make sure you set up your revenue account. Like, welcome to the revenue program. And then I mind you, I went in my Twitter and my revenue sharing was working. My subscriptions were working, and all of everything in Twitter was working. My Twitter never got locked. Okay. I've been tweeting all day. My reach has been fine. But I got an email about being removed from the monetization. I got an email at the same time that said you're suspended. And then 1 minute later, I got an email that said you're back in the revenue program. Congratulations. And my account never fucking went down. All right. I did go and delete that tweet just in case. Right. But now my search isn't working. And Grok isn't working. But isn't that wild, guys? And literally, my tweet didn't harass anyone. My tweet wasn't directed at anyone. It was just simply saying, when Trump dies, when Trump hits a pine box, I will, do what that bar in Wisconsin said they were going to do. Isn't that fucking weird? So all day I was like, whoa, wait a second. Am I banned? Am I not going to be banned? And then I went and looked at my account from different browsers and incognito browsers to see if it was still there for other people. And it was. But then I wondered, like, holy shit, am I going to wake up tomorrow and my account is gone? Were they firing some type of warning shot? Right? I don't know. I've noticed things lately, guys, where it appears like Twitter is firing warning shots. Like, I'll tweet something and it won't let me tweet it. It will make me put it in my fucking drafts. And then 5 minutes later, I can tweet it. There is some weird, I don't know, there's some weird shit going on. Right? Dude, it is bizarre. So that sort of threw me off balance. It did. It threw me off balance in the early part of the day. Dude, definitely like fascism. Now, what I guess is troublesome about this, though, guys, is it's a reminder that a small handful of people control like all of our communication. Literally. A small handful of people, like, they could decide to shut us all down online tomorrow. And take all of the biggest content creators and like ban them simultaneously. They could literally make leftists disappear from the media tomorrow on every platform, and there is nothing we could do to stop them, to stop that. Like, they could literally erase all leftists like that. Dude, that is some crazy shit, isn't it? You know what I'm saying? Isn't it? Now, the irony, of course, is I've reported accounts with the N-word in the name. I reported an account, guys, that literally said, it had the N-word in the name, and the account in my DM said, I am going to come to your house and I'm going to smash you and your family's fucking heads in. And it did not get a suspension when I reported it, guys. Right? It was an account with the hard R in the name. They sent me a DM saying, I'm going to come to your house and I'm going to smash you and your entire family's fucking heads in. And I reported that DM, and they're like, nope, that did not break any policies. Dude. Yo. Bro, like, I get it, Elon. You want to be living in the upside down, but really? Come on. Dude, Shane, let's go. Shane says he was suspended for saying, I hope he passes peacefully in his sleep. All right, Shane. Tonight, thank you, boss. Dude, I'm going to set a goal. They moved the goal, guys. The goal is now down here. All right, they moved our goal, so let's see if it works better. All right. Dude, I really need this, boss. I really need a dance party tonight. All right. Let's go. Dude. Well, so I'm glad you mentioned police report, though, guys, because are you ready for this? Wait until you hear the information I'm about to tell you, guys. This blew my fucking mind because we're in 2026, okay? And I got into a discussion with Hutch online and some other people about the whole prison abolition thing, okay? And so I started wondering how many people in America per year get convicted of murder. I wanted to figure out like what percentage of the prison population was being convicted of murder every year. And you know what I found out, guys? This is wild. They don't have any statistics nationwide for convictions of crimes. Zero statistics across any crimes. There are none that are collected nationwide. Walter Klopp says, Mom wants to kick it off. She says, stay awesome. Think about that, guys. We have a prison population that just is the biggest in the world by far. And we get reported of the number of crimes reported. So they report the number of crimes and they fill the prisons, but they don't collect any data about who's going to prison for what crime. They're not keeping track of the number of rape convictions, of murder convictions, of manslaughter convictions, of nothing. Okay, they don't even tally them by the state, guys. They keep all those records by county, by municipality, and they don't put them into any type of a state database or a national database. So you would have to go to every county in your state and check the records yourself. You'd have to go in a room and look up the convictions, do that for every county just to get one state's data. And you know why they don't do this, guys? Because if they did, it would show how policing isn't effective. Because if they did, you'd see the number of crimes being reported and you'd see the number of convictions are like, right? And you'd also find out that most of the people that are in prisons are not in there for violent crimes. They're in there for bullshit. They're in there for petty theft because they're a black teenager or, 19 years old, a black 20-year-old male right? And that's the thing, guys. We're being fucking buffaloed with our prison system. And this is where I got into the discussion like online, because you may look at the DSA saying abolish prisons, and that doesn't mean they're going to not punish severe criminals, but it means that our current system of prisons is ineffective. Okay? They're for profit. We don't even keep statistics on fucking conviction rates. Our policing is ineffective. Our courts are ineffective. These buildings are not being filled with the worst fucking criminals. The people running them are getting paid off to give Andrew Tate his phone or to give these guys drugs or women or other contraband. right? It's like they're criminals being watched over by other criminals, and all of it is making money for a bunch of wealthy shareholders, most of whom are probably in government and literally signing the checks to keep those prisons going and to keep those cops flush with cash so they can grab people and fill those beds. And the whole thing, guys, just reeks of fucking toxicity, boss. It reeks of toxicity. We're getting buffaloed, dude. We are getting like big dildos rammed right into our fucking souls, boss. Huge fucking dildos. Huge. Like, right into the crack of your soul, dude. Dude, when I found that information out, my soul hurt. Like, my soul hurt. It hurt because I just knew that, like, wow, I know they're hiding that data because they don't want us to know how ineffective policing is. They don't want us to know what types of convictions are filling the prisons. They don't want us to know because those prisons are not filled with violent offenders. I guarantee it. They're not. They're not, guys. Yeah, they are low-level drug crimes. They are like multiple petty thefts. And they're mostly, I think they're people of color and the poor, right? That is fucking wild, guys. Yeah, they're definitely not filled with Epstein class motherfuckers or rapists, you know? Isn't that wild? That it literally stung me in the heart, guys. It stung me in the heart because I am waking up to the corruption. Dude, Muad'Dib says the percent of Americans in the prison system has doubled since 85. They're trying to build a prison. Yeah, dude, you're not wrong. Dude, it looks like the counter's working, baby. Oh, looks like the counter is working. So yeah, so when I poked around on AI to try and find like conviction data, all the different AIs kept telling me, well, you know, you're federally prohibited from collecting conviction data like at the federal level. And to me, guys, that's fucking stupid, bro. That is stupid, guys. That is stupid. And what's more, you ready? Let's look at Francesca Hong, because everyone has been attacking Francesca Hong. Hold on. Today with her clip on Twitter about where she talks about prisons, and they've been calling it a word salad. Again, my Twitter search isn't working. And so here it is. You ready? This is it. So they asked Francesca Hong about prison, you know, defunding the police, prison abolition. Ready? Watch this, guys. Here we go.
Why do you believe that the police must still exist?
Still exist? Because the reality of this moment and in the types of public safety systems that we have, I want us to be sensible and realistic, but we know now that the billions invested in the criminal legal system is not working. We are spending on incarcerating an individual more than tuition for UW-Madison. That, you know, this is about making sure that local law enforcement is working with community, that we are taking resources from the state and investing in things like public education, victim services, out of school programs for our kids to go and have a great, like, be able to be themselves. These are things that data and facts have shown that prevent crime. Again, if you want to be tough on crime, you better be tough on causes.
Do you still long-term want to abolish police? The ultimate?
I believe that we have to be serious about public safety, and I'm going to be a governor that is more serious than anyone else in making sure that we are building systems of care, that we are focusing on lowering crime, getting guns off of our street, and making sure that folks who are incarcerated, which 90% of those folks will be going back to community, that we're lowering recidivism rate. And it's appalling to me that for folks who are working within our prisons, they have some of the highest suicide rates of any job and occupation. So this system is not working. If we want to be serious, we better be putting these billions into the things that we know prevent crime.
See, that's just it, guys. And they called that a word salad. But like, yo, dude, that was like a fucking amazing answer. That was one of the best answers that I've ever heard about this topic. Because what she pointed out was, A, we're spending more money on incarcerating an individual than we are the cost of an education at the biggest university in Wisconsin. Which means, like, why are we willing to spend so much to put someone in a cage, but we're not willing to spend money to put someone into college? That is like jaw-dropping, right? I mean, at the very least, if we're willing to spend X amount to incarcerate, we should be willing to spend X amount to educate everybody who's not incarcerated, right? But no, we won't spend any to help them get educated, but we will spend an endless amount to incarcerate. That was part one. Okay, then the other thing, though, she pointed out is how the people that work in the jails are unaliving themselves at a high rate because working in those prisons is hard on the people working on them. The whole environment is toxic. 90% of the people who go in are going to get out, but the recidivism rate is really high. And there's so much data on this. People that get out of jail, they reoffend. They can't get jobs. They have a social stigma, right? It's like a system designed to, once you're in there, you just get sucked back in, okay? And we don't even make the system try to help people. There's nothing about it that helps them. It's like a system that once you get into the gears of it, you probably aren't gonna get out, okay? It is like a fucking black hole, and it appears to be designed that way. It appears to be designed that way. But like, guys, we spend endless amounts of money on policing, and the end result of policing is simply to pack the prisons. And the more packed the prisons, the more free labor the state gets, and the more money the shareholders get. And that is fucked up. Okay, so they don't want prisons to be empty. They don't want crime to be gone, guys, because crime is big business. Okay, crime is a huge business. It's one of the biggest line items. One of the biggest line items on every city budget is for that police force. And if there's no crime, they wouldn't get any money, guys. So they actually want crime. They need crime. They need it, or they won't. That's the only reason for that huge budget. And these prisons, they need them filled. They're building them to fill them. They're not building them because we have a whole bunch of people committing violent crimes. No. And I mean, and in fact, most of the people that are committing crimes are committing white collar crimes, and those guys never fucking go to prison. But dude, they called this a word salad. This guy said, why do you DSA people speak in word salad? And I'm like, dude, what are you talking about? That is one of the best answers I've ever seen to that fucking question. Dude, it is crazy. Now let's get this dono. I don't want to miss this dono. Ozzy said, why are liberals being so against DSA? Dude, Ozzy, shrimp on the barbie. I don't know, guys. I'm fucking irritated by that. And I've noticed it. I've noticed it even from Democrats I love, both people online, Twitter, people, you know, I've seen like Tabitha, I've seen other people that I know that I totally appreciate and that appreciate me. And I feel like we're getting a little divergent. And so I can't really tell, clearly what that is. But can I show you something though? Because there's this huge thing, okay, that went out. I'm going to keep talking about this for a minute, about Michigan. Dude, Pinky, Pine Box now. Let's go, guys. Dude, we need 26 and 15. But I want to take you through this other poll, guys. There was another poll about Haley Stevens in Michigan. Michigan, obviously, this is a big primary. And there was a poll about Haley Stevens and black voters, okay? And I think this is really important to address. And it was this poll that said Michigan Senate Democratic primary, black voters, Stevens is 63 to 32. Now, this is a significant poll, guys. However, one of the things is black voters are only 12% of the Michigan electorate. So this is not a big group of voters, okay? That means that, you know, for her, you know, this is not statewide. Could it swing a race? Absolutely. But it's not the biggest pocket of voters here in Michigan by any chance. Now, if you were running for mayor of Detroit, this voting block would be like make it or break it. You win these, you're going to win the mayorship, okay? Right? Because Detroit has a very large percentage of black voting population, okay? Now, what's interesting about this, though, is they're using this, okay? They're using this to try to say that, you know, essentially 𝗙𝗪𝗧𝗏 is not trustworthy with the Democratic base, okay? That's what they're saying. And they're saying this isn't about Israel, and all the black voters want Haley Stevens because nobody trusts 𝗙𝗪𝗧𝗏 and the DSA, and anyone like them or near proximity to them is bad and dangerous to black people. Dude, DSA is not MAGA and not the enemy. LFG, let's go, Pinky. But then they went out and interviewed some people on the street, guys. And look at this guy on the street that they interviewed, okay? This is a young black man from 6 Mile, which is a very urban part of the Detroit area. All right, you ready? Watch what he says.
Why I don't like Haley Stevens? Easy. She's like too much of a corporate and Israel shill. Like one of her like most famous quotes is that Israel comes to her in her dreams. Fuck that. I'm so sick of America like bending the knee and like getting on its knees for Israel. And Haley Stevens doesn't really seem to be against that. 𝗙𝗪𝗪𝗧𝗏 doesn't take like any corporate funding. He just has endorsements from the UAW and Bernie Sanders. Haley Stevens is basically like being groomed to be in the Senate to make more favorable changes for Israel, and I'm not okay with that. I already don't like indirectly supporting a genocide just by collecting a paycheck or by buying literally anything in the country, because I know it's all gonna eventually go upwards and then outwards to Israel. And if I can like say that my own state's responsible for that, I feel deeply ashamed. So I'm just gonna vote for the guy that's not doing that.
Where do you live, Brandon?
Not far from here. I live on 6 Mile.
All right, what's your last name?
Young.
Brandon Young. Thank you so much.
Brandon Young from fucking 6 Mile, right? Urban, young, black male voter. And he seems to be pretty fucking aware of what's going on. Guys, this is so bizarre, though, because I have watched myself get transformed over the last couple of years, right? Obviously, watching what went on in Gaza was like hideous. Watching Biden, you know, I attributed it to Biden's mental incapacity, him being unable to like stand up and make the right move. And then I watched all the leftists get real persnickety about it during the 2024 election. I was like, come on, guys, this is not the biggest thing. Come on, you're blowing this out of proportion. We need to stick together. We need to win this election. And then after Kamala lost, leftist candidates started winning. Okay? DSA candidates started winning in local elections. Zohran Mamdani won the Democratic primary, and the Democrat ran as an independent with the backing of many Democrats after Zohran won the Dem primary. And I'm like, whoa, what the fuck is going on? Why are members of my party running as an independent to unseat a very popular candidate that just won the party election and he's actually really good? And right? Like, what the fuck is going on? That was the start of it. And since then, every DSA win, my timeline today was filled with people who are Democrats trying to sink Troy Jackson in fucking Maine. Even though you can't get a new Dem candidate. He's our guy. And they're trying to sink him. They're trying to sink Abdul El-Sayed, and they're doing it really dirty. They've been saying shit like implying that El-Sayed is violent, that he's abusive like Graham Plattner. They're trying to associate people with shit. They're making insinuations about Troy Jackson and his second cousin. Dude, it's legal to marry your second cousin. People do it all over fucking America. They're barely a fucking relative, right? And that's why it's legal, because it's not like, not like inbreeding at all, but they're like, Democrats are going after this shit. Okay? It is wild, guys. They are literally, yes, they're siding with Trump and the Republicans in order to fuck the DSA or anyone who is leftist. And here's the game plan. You ready? Hear me out on this. So if El-Sayed wins, guys, if El-Sayed wins, the Dems are going to try to sink him. And you know why? 2 reasons. Because one, if they sink him and Mike Rogers wins, they're going to get the money to Israel. They're going to get the capital protected. They're going to keep their tax cuts. There's not going to be any health care for people. Okay? Everything will stay just as it is. And they'll be able to say, I told you so. I told you only Haley could win. So they're going to try to sink Abdul El-Sayed because they want to maintain the narrative that only the corporate mainstream Dem can win. And I'm literally watching this with my own eyes, guys. It's not leftists feeding me this shit. I'm like seeing it every day that I get online. Now, I don't know what the voters are going to do. I'm not talking about the voters necessarily. I'm talking about the party establishment people, the spokespeople, the other representatives that are in these states, the other Dems that are all like every Dem that is pro-Israel and super about Israeli war and surveillance and policing, and every Dem that votes with the Republicans on Lake and Riley and all that shit. All of those people want to sink the DSA. And it always comes down to the deeply Israel supporting candidates, even though they won't say it's about Israel. Now, I might feel differently about the party if they literally just came out and said, hey, we are as Israel first as the Republicans, and it's because this is a Christian thing. And so just so you know, like, we put funding Israel as our number one priority. If they said that, I would at least have respect for them, because at least they would be honest. But they're lying about it, guys. They're fucking lying about it. They won't even mention it, but it's the only common denominator. Every time that I look at a person that is staunchly anti-DSA, I go and look into their background and I find instantaneously some deep Israel funding connection. That's always what it comes down to. And right? It's fucking crazy. Dude, fact fibers, let's go! Bro. It is fucked up. Dude. It is fucked up. And, you know, and like, right now, guys, all of my favorite candidates, every candidate that I really love right now in America is either DSA or like adjacent to the DSA. Every single candidate that I love, that I think is doing a good job fighting, that is really has a platform with really good shit for everybody in America. Every single one of them is either a DSA or a progressive. And every single one of them is being treated like they are a MAGA level enemy from my own party, guys. That's insane. Okay? That is fucking insane. Dude. Like, wow. What is going on? All right, we got 4 minutes, guys. Let's go. We need 24 and 4, boss. Dude, I need a dance. I'm at wit's end. Let's see if we can fucking bang it out, guys. Yeah, dude, the Cuomo in New York City was like, dude, so crazy. Yeah, dude, I got into it, though, with somebody who said, oh, we gave Israel $3.8 billion. But it's like, no, between 23 and 25, we gave Israel $21 billion, but we have spent $20 trillion on wars and other skirmishes that are like about Israeli security. Dude, Aussie Welder, shrimp on the bobby. Let's go, dude. Pinky Parker, let's go, dude. Ethan EKG, let's go. Let's fucking go, baby. All right, guys. Good first round. 21 left. 21, baby. We got this. 3 minutes. Dude, we gotta step up. Here's a taste. Shrimp on the bobby. Oh. Dude, I'm a little disheartened, guys. You know what I'm saying? Dude, Pinky, let's go. Dude, Jason's Australiana. Another shrimp on the bobby. Dude, we got shrimp coming from every side of the bobby. Oh, 19. 19 shrimps on the bobby. 18. I can't even type fast enough. 18. Let's go, Jason. Oh. We're going shrimp on the bobby. Let's go, dude. Am I wearing a kilt? I am not, but I am wearing plaid pajama bottoms that are like very punk-like. They're like the punk pants. Even though I was not like a super punker, but I did have friends that were like hardcore, you know, fucking head shave mohawk, like super, you know, plaid pants and them fucking machine gun belts and the, you know, the fucking safety pinned black motorcycle jackets. I had a bunch of hardcore punk people, so I am wearing plaid pajama pants that are kind of a nod to them. You know, why do I go Aussie? I go Aussie because we have a bunch of Australians and it's a fun accent. Dude, let's go, Pinky Parker. I want to work on many accents so I can do them, right? Let's go, dude. Let's fucking go. They are kiltish, yes. Combat boots? Yeah, see, I've never loved the combat boots. Dude, Christine, please hit the like button and subscribe. LFG, yes, good advice. Thank you, Christine. To Jason's. Let's go. Shrimp on the bobby. All right, 1.5 minutes, guys. 14. We need to fucking 14 in 1, baby. Big, bring it home. Bring it home. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, Pinky, let's go. 13. It's not letting me like it. 13, baby. 1 minute. Whoa! Here we go. Doc Martens. I have some Doc Martens. Actually, my last bartending job, we worked a Doc Marten party and we all got to keep Doc Martens. Let's go. Dude, throw all. Let's go. 12, guys. An even dozen. 42 seconds. Maybe a dingo. 8 show, baby. 11, dude. Pinky, let's go. 11, dude. 30 seconds. Holy shit. 10, dude. Aussie. Shrimp on the bobby. 10 to go. 10 to go. 10 and 20 seconds. Oh, dude, this is like bingo. Let's go. Let's go, dude. 9. Summon Paula, please. 𝗙cie𝗶𝗃, 𝗙cie𝗶𝗃. There you go, Paula. 15 seconds. 9 away, guys. We are rolling. 9. 𝗙cie𝗶𝗃, 𝗙cie𝗶𝗃. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 8 away, dude. Need some Paula. Let's go. All right. We're 8 away. We're in bonus time. Bonus time. 8 away, baby. Let's go. 8. And then there were 8. Let's go. We're getting this. We are in bonus time. But we're on the clock. Bonus time. Oh. Let's go. Dude, let's fucking go, baby. Oh, shit. Dude, 7 away. Pinky! Let's fucking go. And then there were 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. Dude, there was something I want. Oh, we got to look at the Laura Ingraham video. Dude, 6 away. Aussie. Shrimp on the bobby. 6. 6 prawns on the bobby. Dude, I want to learn more accents, though. All right, we're going to go one more bonus minute. Dude, pretty pink progressive. Let's go. 5. And then there were 5, baby. Here we go. We re-up. Last bonus minute. The last chance. 5 away. Let's fucking go, dude. Dude, most British punks. I know, dude, DJ, the British punks were super terrible. In America, there were some splits. Okay, there were a lot of the punks in America were like anti-racist, gender fluid, and they were fucking super like I don't know. They definitely were worried about look and attitude, but they were where gender fluid people hung out, and they were like against racism. From an Aussie living in Thailand, rowdy, let's go. But then there were some too though that were shitty. Dude, 𝗙cie𝗶𝗃, let's go. That were fucking dirt punks. I'll be honest, guys. I feel like I don't want to go out on a limb here, and maybe I'm fucking wrong about this. Hold on, let me count and see what we had. 5, 4, 3, 2. 2 away, baby. We got 2 away, guys. You ready? I think in America, I think, believe it or not, I think punks that were from more affluent families were more racist than like the working class punks. That's what I think. I think the working class punkers were way more accepting. There was a huge misogyny problem. Dude, 2, 1, there it is. We got it. Dude, Pinky and Aussie, let's go. There was a massive like misogyny problem that they were trying to deal with in the 80s. But I feel like the working class punks were super accepting, and that like the rich kids that were punks were more the groups of punks like the OC, some of the OC punks that were like fucking like dirty, you know, racist, almost elitist, and fucking right. It was weird, like elitist and super fucking racist and shitty, you know? That was my experience of it, but I only experienced punk in Southern California. So it's not like I have this giant, you know, worldwide experience or anything. But I will say this though. So the punk scene that I connected with, that was like that working class punk scene, a lot of those people ended up Like it morphed into emo. Okay. It was like, I was connected to everything I've been connected to. This is going to sound weird, but everything I've been connected to was like fucking, on the edge of the goth world. Okay. I was in a rock scene that was connected to goth. The punkers were kind of connected to goth. And then later on, it became the emo scene that was like connected to goth. So, and some of the industrial music was connected to the goth scene. And The Cure was definitely connected to the goth scene. And so I was always connected to a scene that was connected to the goth scene in some way, shape, or form. And the goth scene was really open to fucking, they were not like racist. They were very gender fluid. They were like super, like the amount of diversity and the amount of openness in a goth scene is crazy. They're just like, everybody is fucking welcome in that scene, right? You know, it's like super accepting, right? Now, what was crazy though, is when I ended up touring in the early 2000s as a one-man indie rock band, I was opening for emo bands and hardcore screamo bands and a lot of punk bands in the early 2000s. This is like 20 years after I left high school. And now I'm in my 30s, right? I'm like 35. I'm touring the country and I am in an evolved version of the same scene that I was in when I was a music listener. And the emo kids were deeply connected to the goth scene. And again, they weren't racist. They were straight edge. They were super like gender fluid. They weren't like, I mean, they had a machismo element, but you'd have like the machismo screamo guys right in next to the total like softest emo boys out there. And they were all like, you know, all connected with the same dark eyeshadow. Right? Very hot topic. Absolutely. But it was really interesting. Now I saw somebody say something about surf punks and I did know surf punks, but like the surf punks were weird guys because again, even with the surf punks, you had like the Fishbone, Red Hot Chili Pepper, Jane's Addiction, sort of like surf punks like the Venice Beach, but then you had Huntington Beach surf punks and they were all like rich kids and they were racist assholes and they were super territorial, but they were very different. You know, you go to a fucking like a Chili Peppers, Fishbone, sort of Long Beach kind of like punk scene, and that is way different than Huntington Beach punks, you know, way different. And I think it was like income level, guys. I honestly do. I think the more money the fucking kids in the scene have, the more they're from like upper class families, the bigger shitters they are. You know? You know what I'm saying? I shit you not. Like, I think that there was, and not everybody who had money was bad. I don't mean it that way. There were certainly some rich kids in every scene. But what I was saying is, when you have a scene that was from a predominantly rich part of the city, like Huntington Beach, if you go down to Huntington Beach, all of the scenes down there, whether they're surfer boys or the jocks or like the water polo players or the punks, everybody in Huntington Beach is territorial. They're fucking elitist. They're fucking racist. And they fucking think that they are a level elevated above everyone. And they're just not accepting of anyone that's outside of their fucking elitist sort of space. And there were pockets in Huntington that were like that. There were certainly pockets like that in certain parts of the valley and shit. And you know, maybe certain elements of like, you know, maybe you get down to like Rancho Palos Verdes and shit like that down in PV and stuff. and you know, certainly the West Valley, if you get out into TO and Simi Valley, but it wasn't like that at like in Long Beach and shit, or in Van Nuys, or, you know, certainly in Hollywood. There, you know, the scenes there seem to be like much different. You know what I'm saying? Dude, Rancho Palos Verdes rocked. Let's go. You know, oh shit. You always thought punks dressed that way as an equalizer, so no one is a class. Yeah, I think there were classism punks too, you know. I might be fucking slightly influenced by those divisions because I come from a very working class background. Right? Somebody said this tangent is uninteresting. It should be interesting. Because the thing that's really crazy is if you say this tangent is uninteresting, this tangent is like literally the same shit we're going through right now, guys. Is we are having the same like you know, refusal to blend scenes and the same class warfare that we've been having this whole time. Like, you know, I think people need to start paying a lot more attention to this stuff. You know what I'm saying? Because it is like the classes are, you know, there are noticeable sort of genetic traits that we get. They are, guys. Punk is not a monolith. No, you are right. You are right. It's not. I don't think anything's a monolith. But I will say this. I can say this, guys, from even in my own relationship. Okay, Jenny and I have been together for 13 years. But you ready for this? What's really weird about this is Jenny is from a capitalist class family. Okay? She is. Her family, everybody in her family owns capital. Whether they own their own businesses or they own multiple houses, they all have higher education, often advanced degrees. They're all like her grandfather worked for fucking Lyndon Johnson. They have been ensconced in engineering or government, economics, but at a very high level. Okay, she is from, they have, you know, they all have big stock portfolios and investment portfolios, etc. Very capitalist class. I am from a working class family, okay? My parents only owned one house, and it was when I was in first and second grade. We were renters. Neither one of my parents ever graduated from high school. My dad never even went to high school. He stopped at an 8th grade education. My dad was in prison and reform schools. My parents never made more than $14 an hour, ever. That was the maximum wage my parents hit, was $14 an hour, okay? And what's crazy about it is Jenny and I have distinct worldview differences that are like when we feel taken advantage of and what causes that, and how we look at people's effort compared to our own. There are differences. Like people that are raised in the capitalist class look at money and you know, labor and the value of their labor versus the value of other people's labor. They look at it differently than working class people. There are certainly different pressures too that each class deals with, but it's like really distinct. Like there are just a lot of ways where Jenny and I will approach, you know, like, you know, it's really interesting. Like, you know, it's hard to describe, but like there was like a type of financial scorekeeping that she did initially in our relationship that she wasn't doing it because she was trying to keep financial score. It was simply just a way that, you know, people looked at their time and money invested and how, you know, in the capitalist class, there is an expectation of return on time and or money invested. There needs to be an ROI, or they don't believe in investment without ROI. And working class people don't need ROI. They don't even think about ROI. They are more like, everything is more about, like, you know, feeding the moment. And so it's really interesting because she certainly had skills of like financial management and skills of being able to sock money away, right? But she also would never treat herself. She was like ascetic in some ways, almost like a monk, where to her, spending money frivolously to feel good or enjoy herself felt like shameful, right? It was like shameful. No, you've got to be socking away, right? And it's really, really fucking interesting. And what's interesting about it, though, is sometimes, even when we butt heads emotionally, there is a capitalist class and a working class way of like emotional investment too. That like, you know, there's a difference. It's like weird. It's hard to describe in any one thing, but I feel like it touches everything. Okay, that people, what is working class? So Donna, essentially, here's how I define it. Okay, working class is where you don't have any passive income. Okay, it's not so much about the six figures. It could be six figures, but working class is where if you stop working, you can't survive. You don't have any investments to sell, or you have a limited investment. Like if you are working and you're getting a paycheck or you're getting a monthly income that requires you to keep working, and the only asset you own is your home. So that means if you stop working, you could sell your home, but then that money certainly is going to run out in X amount of time. So you would have to go get another job. That is working class. Okay. Capitalist class is when you have capital, which means you either own a business that is earning money when you're not working, or right? Or you have investments, multiple investments where you have passive income coming from a rental house, or you have a large stock portfolio that if you needed to buy a house tomorrow, you could go and liquidate some of your investments and purchase that home paying cash for it. That is like capitalist class. When you have enough investments to be able to acquire significant goods with the capital that you possess. You can take out loans on your investments, right? A working class person may have a 401k, but they can only take $50K out of that 401k. And then it's no longer accruing value when you borrow that $50K. And that's all you get. That's still working class, okay? Because that is not an actual capital investment. That is still something where that investment limits what you can do with it. You have boundaries on it that aren't about the full value of the thing, right? If you have one house, you're still probably working class with one house. I feel like capitalist class is when you have a significant amount of wealth building yearly without you working, okay? So you're not talking 50 grand in the bank. You're talking like multiple houses where one of them can be a rental, right? And or you're also talking about a stock portfolio that is generating, I don't know, whatever. If it's generating 10% a year, $50,000 a year is being generated just passively with that investment portfolio, right? That's where you're in the capitalist class, right? I believe it has to do with passive income and maybe not passive income in your bank, but passive wealth income that is accruing. Like if you are getting wealthier every year without working, you are in the capitalist class. All right. And if you are not getting wealthier every year outside of your labor, you are working class. And I am working class. I mean, I have some crypto and we own our home, but if I stop working tomorrow, I would need to go get a job very quickly. Okay. I could probably survive about a year on credit card debt, but then something would need to happen. Right? But I believe it comes down to that passive income. But it is a different mindset, guys. There is a mindset. Like we have mindsets. And the last thing I want to say, and then we're going to go on and look at the rest of the politics for the night, was it's about, there is something that goes on that is intrinsic to the vibe. And let me tell you the story of my son, okay? So my son went to a capitalist class grade school. His mom lived on the edge of a neighborhood that was pretty wealthy. So he went to a grade school that was all, mostly rich people, okay? Most of the kids there, 90% of them were like, they owned telecommunications companies. They were like the senior vice president at Nike. They were wealthy. No, it was here in Portland, okay? Now, my son went in there as kindergarten. Kindergartners, there's no social class in kindergarten. Everybody in kindergarten, everybody comes to the birthday party. Everybody, right? If there's a birthday party, the whole class comes. Kindergarten, first, second grade. It's really about third grade and fourth grade when kids start separating. My kid, as a kindergartner, as a first grader, you know who his friends ended up being? First off, me and his mother weren't together. He had two houses. Almost every single friend he made in kindergarten had two houses. The kids with two homes found the other kids with two homes in kindergarten. They already could sense who understood each other, right? And you ready for the mind blower? The families that had both parents together that my son became friends with in kindergarten and first grade, those families, they got divorced before they got out of grade school. Almost every parent, every friend he had that had the parents together in first, second grade, by the time he got to fifth grade, everyone but one had gotten a divorce. It's like they knew as kindergartners, even the marriage that was still together, the separation or whatever goes on in two households, they already found each other. And most of his friends were also like working class families. He automatically gravitated to the working class families already in kindergarten. So what I'm saying is whatever it is in the class, the generational working class, capitalist class, it is something that even when kids are like 5 years old, there's already something in the behavior, in the attitude, in the way they interact that they like stick with each other. That like the working class mostly stick with the working class. And the kids that are from two homes will end up being friends with other kids that are from two homes. It's like really weird, guys. It's like a weird thing. Like we have unspoken behaviors. We have like unspoken, generational family systems that we participate in, that we like pick up even before we're smart enough to know we're picking things up. Even while our brains are forming, we're still like making connections with those bonds. And so the thing is what's weird about it is these types of class, family systems that we're all living in and attached in, they impact our politics quite a bit as well, guys. They do. They impact our politics and shit. And it was really fascinating to watch that play out, because I was like, man, something is going on. It's like intrinsic, And it's really interesting because with me and Jenny, what we've done is we obviously did therapy, and we have invested a lot of time and effort into both healing our own individual trauma, and we went to therapy together for years to learn about how to communicate when we're triggered. And so we became very good communicators. And so we've been able to make a very good partnership with, being able to sort of capitalize on each other's strengths. Like she definitely has shown me the value of like, consistent, like dedicated delivery and meeting expectations and like not necessarily just splurging, right? And I've taught her the value of treating yourself and celebrating like joy, realizing the value of joy and not just the value of money, right? Because money is like, it does have value in capitalism, but joy is something that is really more important than money. And money doesn't bring joy necessarily. Joy is something you have to cultivate when you unplug from the system of value. Because that's the thing, guys. Capitalism isn't just about money and about capital, okay? Capitalism, when you really break it down, and I think this is the most destructive element of capitalism. Hear me on this. Capitalism is about hierarchy of value, okay? So when you look at the world through capitalist eyes, you assign hierarchies of value, right? Money is more important than my happiness with the job, right? The value of my car is more important than whether it runs well or not, right? I mean, there can be a million things, but you're always attaching a hierarchy of like, this is valuable, that's not quite as valuable, that's not quite as valuable, that's not quite as valuable. And you develop a hierarchy, okay, of value that is the as you go up to what's important, it's the more rare stuff tends to always be the most important in the hierarchy, even if it's not the most important to your actual like day-to-day survival or existence, okay? Like, for example, joy is extremely important to the human spirit, and yet, like, you can't really purchase it. You have to cultivate it. You have to develop a relationship with it. But in capitalism, there's no hierarchy placed on the value of joy, okay? There's not really a hierarchy value based on anything that's not tangible, and like, right? I don't know, dude. It's really fucked up, because in capitalism, you're never going to tend to things unless it is like on the high end of a hierarchy scale, okay? And yes, And what Rachel said right there is really interesting, where she says shit that means nothing somehow has value. And that's just it. Is like you can anything like capitalism, the thing can be harmful and still like be the highest hierarchy thing. Like the hierarchy is not related to the actual harm of the scenario, right? Like, for example, if you look at the number one problem with capitalism, guys, the number one moneymaker in capitalism is war. And it's destructive. There is nothing beneficial about war, okay? There might be a lightning strike where, you know, the Hitler situation where you're deposing a guy who's trying to take over the whole goddamn world. And so, like, there was one benefit of him being vanquished. But still, if you look at it, the cost of that war was not any less damaging than if that guy had taken over like much of Europe, right? If Hitler had taken over Europe and nobody had stopped him, and then he dies 30 years later, I don't know that the world would have been like, it would have been damaged, but I don't know if it would have been less or more damage than it was with the war that it took to kill him early, right? It was just, you know, different groups suffered more or less, but like it was equally destructive. You know, it's like, yeah, Hitler was deposed and people got freed from the concentration camps and like 50 million people died. And all of Europe had to be rebuilt. And there was a whole bunch of, right? I mean, it was like we replaced one tragedy that needed to go. I'm not saying Hitler should have stayed, because no, that guy needed to go. But we decimated Hitler and beat back him and his Axis powers. But we did it at such a tremendous cost that the whole world was irreparably harmed anyway, right? It was like we were all fucking totally, like there was a huge fucking massive worldwide cost of you know, grief that we're probably still recovering from. And we've had many wars since. And yet war is like extremely profitable, right? And the other thing that is extremely profitable, it's terrible for the environment. The other thing that's really profitable is policing and jails, right? Crime is profitable, you know what I mean? And like in capitalism, anything that generates money or power is going to have value, even if it's bad, right? Fentanyl kills people, but it's going to be around and it's going to be this really sought after thing because it generates money. It generates money both in the sale of it, and it generates money with the healthcare system required to treat all the people suffering from it. It generates money with all the money sunk into policing and the Coast Guard and the international fucking drug enforcement agencies with every country. So like fentanyl is like this huge, all those drugs are this huge thing because they just spark so many industries. Dude. And anything that feeds industry is going to have value, you know? It's fucked up, bro. Dude. Sounds like we need revolution. We do. But like, I don't even know what the revolution looks like, guys. I don't. I mean, I have a sneaking suspicion that it starts with two things. And I think they're both prescient right now. Number one is it starts with healthcare, okay? And in America, it starts with healthcare because healthcare is freedom, okay? Healthcare is freedom in America. If you have healthcare, you can say no to a corporate job. You can say no to exploitative jobs if you have health care, because normally those corporate exploitative jobs are the only way you can get decent health care. So health care gives you freedom from exploitation here in America. That's number one. And number two is to stop the money to the war. Okay, that means us not committing in war. That means us not funding Israel so they can go to war. Like, we have to end the war spending, right? We do. And we, which means like with the Ukraine and fucking, right, Ukraine and Russia, instead of us, like, hear me out, guys. Instead of the USA attacking Iran, you ready for this? What really would have been the smart thing to do if we had to go to war, we should have attacked Russia. Okay? We should have attacked Russia, decimated Putin, leveled their ass, ended the money needing to go to Ukraine, protected our allies in Europe, said, fuck you, Putin. You're not fucking pulling this shit, and don't any of you other guys get any ideas. That would have been a legitimate fucking war. Okay? We could have been in and out. They're practically fucking done. They're not going to launch nukes. Give me a break. I don't buy they'd launch nukes. What would they gain? Nukes would fucking kill them. You know what I'm saying? I don't believe people are going to launch nukes because it would mean the end of the fucking world, man. So what are they going to do? They're going to just end the whole world? I don't buy it. But I think to me, that would have been somewhat legitimate because it would have been at least ending a war, you know? You know what I'm saying? Nukes prevent war? Yeah, sure they do. It's funny. Everybody who has nukes is warring right now. So I don't think nukes prevent war. Okay? We've had nukes since the fucking 60s. And how many wars have we had? Okay? Right? After Oppenheimer and all that shit, what did we have? We had nukes in World War II, right? We had then after World War II, after we used the nukes, we had war in Korea. We had war in Vietnam. We had war in fucking, right? Russia had war for how many years? And then we had war in the Middle East now 3 times. And we've had skirmish wars in the Middle East and in Africa and fucking, you know, Afghanistan. So nukes obviously don't stop war. But yeah, dude. I'm just saying that, like, if you are going to be forced into a situation, like, you should be doing war to end war. You know what I'm saying? And like, you know, like we, you know, like the correct war to have in the Middle East would be to invade, right? Invade Netanyahu's regime and fucking like force him to stop warring with everybody and depose the Netanyahu regime and put somebody else in power in the Middle East. That would be a sensible war, right? Instead, we're attacking Iran, which is like, why the fuck are we attacking Iran? You know? Oh. Dude. Yeah, it's fucking crazy, bro. But yeah, so I'm irritated, guys. I am. Yeah, I know, stopping the money. Stopping the money. But guys, what I've come to realize is they don't want to stop Israel from invading. Right? That's it, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, they don't want to stop Israel from invading. The Democratic Party doesn't want it either. Okay? They don't, guys. You ready to see the fucking Schumer clip? Okay? The establishment Dems want. I mean, I think it's Christianity, guys. I really do. I think it's Christianity. I think the establishment Dems that are Christians and devout, even if they're not evangelical, even if they're just devout Catholics, They believe that Israel is a necessary ally to bring about the rapture, and that that Israel is never going to be the enemy to these devout Christians, whether they're Democrats or Republicans. And the thing you got to realize is, I know we look at the crazy evangelical Republicans and think, oh, there's some different version of Christian. No. If you are a devout Christian, your allegiance is to God first, then the government. So even the Dems who are Christians and Catholics, they're going to put their God first over the United States. And if that God is about keeping Israel dominant in the region to protect the fucking homeland and shit of Jesus Christ, they're going to do the same shit. They're going to protect Jerusalem over the American citizens, because their most important relationship is not with the fucking citizens of the United States. Okay? All of the Christians in government are serving God first. And that's what I am talking about. That is what it is, guys. That's why every, Muslim politician, it gets fucking, even the Dems are can't really support them. They're kind of anti-American. It's because of their religion, man. It's because of the Democrats that are Christians, okay? Or they could be Jewish, they could be Christian, but they're the non-Islam side of the Abrahamic religion is what it is, And that is causing a lot of problems because Christianity, if you look, they're like three brothers, okay? Judaism's the older brother, Christianity's the middle child, and Islam is the younger brother. But Islam was different because they're the Islam kind of stayed in the region mostly, and it was Judaism and Christianity that spread to the New World, okay? Whereas Islam mostly stayed centered pretty close to that original fucking, the Levant area. Islam stayed and kind of flourished there. It did branch out into India and Africa, but for the most part, Islam stayed centered in the Levant. And it was Christianity that went warring, and Catholicism and Judaism that moved into Europe and then went across at warring to the New World and fucking taking all the native land. And Christianity and Judaism share a book, right? And they share conceptually a lot of things. Islam certainly fucking had some cultural and regional differences, and they had, they kind of kept to themselves. They didn't expand. I mean, they're starting to expand now, right? In the last 100 years, but for a long time they didn't they sort of stuck to themselves and to, a much more finite region of the global area. Even though it was a huge population of them, they mostly stayed in the East, right? Yeah, they branched to Southeast Asia and they went into Africa, and right, they did. They stayed mostly in the Eastern continents. And so, dude, it's there's just a lot of Islamophobia now in the Democratic Party. And what's wild to me, guys, what blows my mind is that a lot of the Democratic Party is Islamophobic, but they're also talking about anti-Semitism, but the Muslims are Semites too. So it's really weird that Islamophobia and anti-Semitism are the same fucking thing, bro. They're one thing with just depending on what side of the coin you're looking at, And that is fucking wild, boss. It is wild, dude. right? Wild. So I don't know, but let's watch this, okay? Let's watch this fucking video here of Chuck Schumer, okay? Because a guy gave Chuck Schumer a bunch of shit today. Look at this, dude. This guy interrupts Chuck Schumer and fucking goes off on him. All right, you ready? Watch this. It is wild, guys. All right, here we go. Ready?
Trump has turned it into the single most profitable scam of his. Please sit down. Please sit down.
Okay, I want to give you a little background here. Okay? Schumer is leading he's leading a fucking corruption talk. Okay? So Schumer is there to talk about corruption. And in Schumer's land, the corruption is specifically like about Trump. Trump is corruption, and Trump is corruption. Don't get me wrong. Okay, Trump is very corrupt, but Trump is also not the only corruption that exists in our government. He's just one of the corruptions. But so he's out here talking about corruption, and then this guy, this journalist, stands up and says, "Hey, how come you're not talking about this other kind of corruption?" Here we go. Watch this.
Trump has turned it into the single most profitable scam of his. Please sit down. Please sit down.
Genocide. What can be more corrupt than backing genocide? This is part of the same con with you and Trump playing off of each other. Oh, he's worse. Oh, he's worse. You were put on notice in November of 2023 by the Center for Constitutional Rights and other legal and human rights organizations. Notice on potential legal liability for aiding, abetting, inciting, or conspiring to commit genocide for congressional acts and demand. You were put on notice, and you backed it, and you backed the genocide to their hilts for years on end. How dare you talk about corruption? How dare you talk about corruption?
Thank you for your diatribe. Now, let's continue. Let's continue and let the people didn't come to hear you.
You should be questioned about your diabolical record. It's amazing that you can show your genocidal face in public, Mr. Senator. Mr. Senator. Shame on public citizen for not allowing questions to this genocidal maniac. Shame, yeah. Corruption. What could be more corrupt than not allowing questions?
All right, so basically what he said was he stood up and this guy is if we look at it, the guy is here's what he said. Okay? He said, "You talk about corruption. How can you talk about corruption when you back genocide? What can be more corrupt than genocide? This is part of the same con of you and Trump playing off each other." And then he said, "You were put on notice by the Center for Constitutional Rights in 2023 for aiding and abetting a genocide," right? And you went ahead and voted for that. You voted for resolutions that continue to fund this. And then he said, "You should be questioned about your diabolical record. It's amazing that you can show your genocidal face in public." And then he said, shame on public citizen for not allowing questions to the genocidal machine. Okay? Now, this guy is right here. It is this guy. Okay? Sam Husseini is who he is. And he is somebody that I just, discovered today. Okay? And it's really interesting, guys. Let's go ahead and watch. Let's watch this angle. All right, this one actually has subtitles. All right, this one's got subtitles, so you're going to hear it. But guys, let me just tell you, I got into a discussion today on Twitter with somebody where somebody said on Twitter, they said, "Hey man, like, why do you keep talking about Gaza? Why do you keep talking about Israel? Like, we have minorities struggling here in America. and we need to take care of them. Like, why are you so worried about what's going on over there? And I tried to explain to them, guys, that it's like there's no way for our government. Our government will never take care of the minorities or the disadvantaged here in America because their number one priority is arming and aiding and abetting a war force to be the bully and the aggressor in the Middle East. And it fuels our economy, both weapons and munitions that we either give them or sell to them and their neighbors, and then we replenish them. So it's part of our economy. It protects the oil and keeps us active in having oil, access to oil. It fuels our military spending in the region. So it's this huge economic boom, and it geopolitically keeps us as a superpower by having that war force weaken the whole world, really. You know, Netanyahu can go to war and it makes the whole world like more expensive. And we're kind of immune to it. Okay. We suffer less when that Middle East war goes on. If you go now to the UK, you go to Europe, you go to Australia, their gas prices are fucking insane. And we're still relatively unaffected. So the thing is our country's number one priority is the capitalist economic and governmental power benefit from constant war and chaos in the Middle East by our ally being the bully. That is our number one fucking thing. And it fuels our entire fucking government, which is why AIPAC and the oil lobby and all those companies pay so much to get elected representatives. So the thing is it's not even about Gaza. It's like our funding of Israel and our funding of the forever wars in the Middle East is about America choosing to take care of the capitalist class at the upper echelons in America at the expense of all of the people. Like, our government is not even concerned about the people here. It is only concerned about the warring in the Middle East that literally buttresses all of our upper level capitalist industries. So the thing is the only way we're ever going to get a country to address the issues of the American people, whether the marginalized or the working class, we will never get that until we cut off that capitalist teat and we start developing other industries. Okay? America is fucked because we survive on oil and weaponry. That's like, right? We survive on that. That's like some of our biggest industries: surveillance, policing. Okay? All of our industry that brings money to this country is shit that is harmful for the American people. Either bleeding you out in medicine, overcharging you for rent because of land ownership, or fucking military and policing that's oppressing people or warring around the world, or the extraction of oil or resources from the ground, or warring to steal them from other people. Like, we don't have any, we're not spending any money on anything else. That's our whole fucking economy. And what's crazy is, you ready for the real mind blow? How did our country start? You know how America started, guys? You got free land. This country started with, hey guys, if you'll move to Oregon, everybody who moves to Oregon gets free land. We gave the land away to encourage settlership, okay? If you were white, right? You had to be white because we were racist as fuck. But we started by we gave free land. That's how we fucking settled this country. I know we stole it, but I'm still saying, though, we literally gave land to people. Okay, we took land and we gave it. It wasn't like we took it from the natives and then we sold it to people. If you were willing to settle, you got free land. And then once everybody got their free land, then we started charging for it, right? But we started with free land, okay? We didn't start with capitalism and all this bullshit. We started with free land, okay? And we should not forget that's what we started with. All right, you ready? Here we go. We're going to watch the clip with subtitles. All right, here we go.
I'm so glad that you're all here today with us to really dig in on these themes, to feature a set of experts and senators as they share their take on corruption and what we need to do to combat it. I am thrilled to hand the mic to our first speaker, Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer.
Now, in 2016, Trump sold his false promise to the American people that he would drain the swamp. The presidency is supposed to be a public trust. Trump has turned it into the single most profitable
Senator, you talk about corruption. How can you talk about corruption when you back genocide? What could be more corrupt than backing genocide? This is part of the same con with you and Trump playing off of each other. Oh, he's worse. Oh, he's worse. You were put on notice in November of 2023 by the Center for Constitutional Rights and other legal and human rights organizations. Notice on potential legal liability for aiding, abetting, inciting, or conspiring to commit genocide through congressional acts and demand. You were put on notice, and you backed it, and you backed the genocide to the hilt for years on end. How dare you talk about corruption? How dare you talk about corruption?
Thank you for your diatribe.
Oh,
now,
you get to make a speech every day. You get to make a hypocritical speech every day, and God forbid you should be questioned about your diabolical record. It's amazing that you can show your genocidal face in public, Mr. Senator. Mr. Senator.
Dude.
Shame on Public Citizen for not allowing questions to this genocidal maniac. Shame, yeah. Corruption. What could be more corrupt than not allowing questions?
Sorry about that. Let's continue with the subject at hand. Okay. The presidency.
Now, you could tell, though, that guy was really nervous. You could see his hands were shaking. He was really nervous. But that is Sam Husseini. He is a journalist who has been fighting this shit. Now, when I saw this, guys, I was really moved by it, okay? I was really moved by it because it's so real, guys. Like, the fact of the matter is it is corrupt to send endless amounts of munitions to another country so they just kill and kill and kill and kill and kill. And no matter how much they kill, you never say no to them, okay? You never say no to them. We're in a war right now at the behest of this person we've been giving money to for 25 fucking years, boss. And it is, yes, the morality of that. How moral is it? If your neighbor, okay, if your neighbor is somebody who goes out and fucking, like takes a bat and goes out and just takes the bat to the head of people and kills them all the time, and you feed him and you get him out of a jam, and when he's about to get in trouble, you step in and protect him, and you pay all his bills, and you provide him with bats, and you provide him with towels to clean up the blood of his victims afterwards, okay? And then if anybody tries to fight back, you step in and squash them too. Like, tell me you're not fucking complicit in that guy's murder, okay? Like that shit is like really fucking problematic. I mean, right? What the fuck are we doing? What are we doing, man? I mean, there are nuances, right? Because you could say, well, why are you helping the Ukraine? But the Ukraine was just living their life and they got invaded, okay? If Israel was living their life and the people in Gaza and the West Bank were free, and there was no barbed wire, and there were no guards patrolling those areas, and they didn't have the IDF shooting people in the head. If the Israeli citizens were literally just sitting around sipping cocktails, and somebody invaded Israel and was going to take over the country of Israel and like fucking conquer it, then yeah, all right, let's go and fucking maybe we're going to go in there and give them some money and prevent them fight off the invaders. But like, that's not the way it goes down. We give them money and they invade people. They attack Lebanon. They attack fucking, Syria. They attack Iran. They build walls around Gaza and they patrol the thing, shoot people. There's barbed wire fences. They starve people. Okay. And then the minute the oppressed people like lash at them and fight back, they fucking respond like 100 times. You know what I'm saying? 100x. And they just fucking, they rage on them and incinerate entire fucking regions. And then when the people are backed into the corner, they incinerate the corner. And they do it with our money. Okay? All of that death, all of those empty buildings, right? It's like all of that is on us, man. And dude, I just don't think it's okay, right? I mean, I get it. That like, okay, you get attacked. Like, for example, you ready? Here's an example. Look at what happened with the Oklahoma City bomber. Okay? The Oklahoma City bomber? What year was that? What year was that? That was 95, okay, McVeigh, 95. Okay, now hear me out on this. So Tim McVeigh goes and he blows up that fucking building in Oklahoma City. And how many people died? It was 167 dead, 684 injured. A bunch of them were kids, okay? 95. All right, now, check this out. Imagine if, and where was Tim McVeigh from? Hold on, Tim McVeigh was from Lockport, New York. Now follow me on this, okay? So Tim McVeigh from Lockport, New York, right, goes to fucking Oklahoma City and he blows up a building. Now imagine if the response to that was for Oklahoma to gather the resources of the other states in America, and then Oklahoma goes and bombs New York and levels it, destroys Manhattan, destroys Brooklyn and Queens, just decimates the entire city of fucking Manhattan because he blew up that building. You just killed some people here. Now we're going to go decimate all of New York. We're going to fucking destroy Manhattan. We're going to destroy Buffalo. We're going to destroy Albany. We're going to kill like 50,000 fucking people. We're going to fucking, everyone in Manhattan's going to be living in tents. Okay? Would that be the appropriate response for the bombing of that building? No. No, that would be completely unreasonable to do that shit. That is what Netanyahu did. Okay? That is what Netanyahu did. Is a small group of people came in and terrorized and committed some horrors, and then he basically was like, you know what? I'm going to fucking decimate the whole goddamn region. Okay? We're going to kill everybody. We're going to blow this whole thing up, and then we're going to fucking take all that land. You know what I'm saying? And that is unreasonable. You know what I'm saying? And yes, I know if you look deeper into it, like they are like, it's kind of the same thing that's going on in the Middle East, guys, is the same shit that we go on with gang warfare here in America. Okay? I grew up in LA. I was in very close proximity to a lot of gang territory, and gangs were very active in LA in the 80s. But let me tell you guys, the police allowed it. Okay? The police allowed factions of gangs to exist and gain power, And they actively encourage them sometimes to fight and be in business because then it enabled them to come down and pack the prisons and bust, right? But they had allegiances and they were working with the gang members sometimes to get other gang members. But like it was like a systematic oppression of the inner city in LA that created the gangs. And then the gangs became the reason for more systematic oppression. They go hand in hand, guys. It was a hand in hand. It was, and that is what happens. It's like when you want oppression, you create revolt. And I mean, this is what they do in a protest. The protesters show up. And what happens? The cops come out and start shooting them with rubber bullets and tear gas. They start oppressing these people. They squeeze them up from every side. And then they instigate it until somebody acts out. And then they use that as an excuse to use violence. It is like the oldest systemic way of operating in the book. And I mean, dude, you do it in family systems. My dad would operate with oppression and fear and aggression, and he would back you into a corner until you lashed out, and then he would kick the fucking shit out of you. But he instigated your lashing out because he wanted to kick the shit out of you. And he couldn't just walk up and do it willy-nilly because then he would have been the bad guy. So when my dad wanted to beat the shit out of someone, he would oppress the people in the family and push us all into a corner until somebody fought back the tiniest bit. And then he would roll in and fucking unleash. But he wanted to unleash, okay? He was always the instigator, guys. The oppressor is always the fucking instigator. And it's the same over there, okay? Israel oppresses the people in the West Bank. They oppress the people of Gaza. They oppress the fucking people that Hamas were ruling. And they just waited for them to react in some way so then they could go in and decimate. But it starts with the oppression, okay? And I'm telling you, man, this is the oldest fucking like cycle in the book, dude. And I'm fucking tired of it, bro. I'm tired of it with policing. I'm tired of funding it worldwide. And I sure as fuck was tired of it as a kid. You know what I'm saying? Like, dude, we need to end the oppression. We need to end, right? We need to stop. And what's more, guys, we're never going to stop oppressing our own people if we don't stop oppressing people worldwide by funding other oppressors. You know? You know what I'm saying? It's worse than that. Yeah, but no, I mean, Anna, I don't really consider that worse because they do that all the time. In the 80s, dude, they let crack cocaine like go into neighborhoods, guys. Like, make no mistake about it. They fucking targeted neighborhoods. Okay, they did. They targeted them in the 80s. Like the urban inner city areas, they targeted them. Okay, I watched it. And you could see it too, because it wasn't even just the targeting of like letting the drugs go in there, but it was like allowing the ecosystem that supports it. Like they would allow a liquor store to be on every fucking corner, and there would be no parks, and there would be no like rec centers. It would just be all liquor stores. And then every liquor store and gas station would sell Chore Boy and roses and glass vials. And the cops knew this, okay? They allowed an ecosystem for the abuse of crack cocaine to exist in these neighborhoods. And in fact, that was the only type of fucking like investment into the neighborhoods they allowed. Okay, they literally let it happen so then they could go in there and pack the prisons. And that's why our prison population from like 85 to like 2005 skyrocketed, guys. But it was not an accident. Okay. It got really bad in the 90s, guys. It did. Like carjackings and shit. Dude, yes. It is like, dude, it is fucked up, man. And I am telling you that stopping the Middle East, okay, stopping the Middle East is important to stopping it here, okay? We're not going to be able to stop it here. Like, it would be easier to stop it in the Middle East, and then once we stop doing it there, we can then start to adapt those types of systems here of non-oppression, not funding oppression, you know? And I know, dude, Dan, like LA is so not dangerous. I don't think any American cities are really dangerous now, you know? You know what I'm saying? Like, dude. Dude, it's fucked up. It's fucked up, man. But the oppressors start it, you know?
Is supposed to be a public trust. Trump has turned it into the single most profitable scam of his entire life.
See, there's Sam Husseini. Now, what I want to commend this guy, okay, is like, I want to commend this guy because, you know, my son used to talk to me about this, okay? My son used to talk to me about this, and I was sort of resistant. You know why I was resistant? Because I have been conditioned by an America at war everywhere but America, okay? So I've been conditioned to believe that if we're, as a kid and into adulthood, I grew up in an America where it was like every time we went and launched bombs or every time we invaded somewhere, we were doing it for a purpose. We were spreading democracy. We were liberating people. We were fighting against dictators and shit and abusive people, right? We were the liberators. Now, what's crazy about this is what's gone on in Gaza is we weren't liberating anyone, okay? We weren't fucking, there was no liberation. I mean, if you look at the fucking destruction, guys, okay? This is like when you look at the sheer level of destruction, I mean, look at this shit, dude. As far as the eye can see, there's like nothing, bro. You know what I'm saying? Nothing. And then they're going to take all this. All the people that owned land here, nobody's going to own this anymore. Everybody who owned shit here no longer has ownership, okay? This is like they just gutted everything. They destroyed everything. This is like Tulsa, okay? When the white people stormed in and burned all of like Black Wall Street to the ground, guys. They did it in Tulsa. They did it in the Carolinas. They went in and there was like industry and businesses and a flourishing economy and flourishing neighborhoods. And the white people strode in and they burned it all to the ground. And they fucking took it. And that's the same shit here, guys, is the slightly lighter skinned people went into the darker skinned people in the region and they just decimated it. And they used and oppressed people lashing out as the excuse. And now they're going to take it all. But that is like such large scale, unfucking fathomable destruction as far as the eye can see, dude. Okay? And here's my point, okay? My point is like, we funded this, okay? No, this is not AI. We funded this, guys. We funded this fucking picture. We paid for this. Now, is Trump corrupt? Yes, Trump is corrupt. Okay, ICE are killing American citizens. They're stealing money from the government. They're looting crypto coins, the Epstein files. Trump is corrupt, okay? There's no doubt. I will not argue. He is one of the most corrupt motherfuckers on the planet. But guys, The people who paid for this are as corrupt as Trump. This is not, you are not less corrupt. Okay? Joe Biden, us, American taxpayers, our Congress, Kamala Harris, Donald Trump, everybody, Chuck Schumer, everybody that voted yes on this, we are all as corrupt as the worst fucking, right? This is as corrupt as Jeffrey Epstein. You know what I'm saying? Like, we fucking paid for this. Okay? If you give your neighbors $1 million and you know your neighbors are going into the next town over and going to take your $1 million, going to make that town look like this, you are as corrupt and fucking as any human being on the planet. You know? Because the reality is these Palestinian people right here, they never did anything to us. These people in Gaza, they never did shit to us. They never fired a missile at fucking America. They never put a bomb in any of our buildings. The people here that we did this to, that we paid for this destruction, they never did shit to us, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck, bro? Like, I'm sorry. This is fucking corruption. Okay? This is like a level of immorality that is like 1,000 Ted Bundys, guys. That's what this is. This is like 1,000 Ted Bundys. All right? You know Ted Bundy ain't good, right? We basically funded 1,000 or 2,000 Ted Bundys to just go ape shit. You know? And the thing about this, when you say like the word genocide, I know people have an issue with the word genocide, guys, because, you know, I've been seeing these things where people say, hey man, the population of Palestinians has increased. How can you call it a genocide? Genocide is about intent. Okay? Genocide is not whether you eliminated the people. It is about your intent. When you get attacked and your response to the attack is to decimate the entire fucking region, when you starve them and pollute them and you lure them in to get food and you put them in cages and start shooting them, when your intent is to inflict irreparable harm so they can never get back to where they once were, that is genocide. Genocide is about the intent. It is not about whether you complete the job, okay? It is about the intent. We did it here in America, guys. We did it with the natives here in America. We had an intent to force the natives off of their land, to run them out of America, and we started killing the buffalo. We started killing their food supply. We found out that they got diseases from us that devastated us. So men started like mingling. We started inserting ourselves into their tribes, and men started having sex with their women to spread disease. Once we knew that the disease took hold, our intent was to eradicate them. We didn't complete it, but it was the intent, you know? And so this like is as bad or worse than fucking, you know, Donald Trump looting crypto coins, guys. You know? You know what I'm saying? And I mean, we know that Netanyahu has been lying, guys. Okay? Because Netanyahu in the 90s said Iran was 2 weeks away from a nuclear weapon. Okay? They've been warring in the Middle East since the 90s. It's been 30 years of them saying Iran's going to have a nuclear weapon in 2 weeks. And Iran still doesn't have a nuclear weapon. So they've been lying and using fear-mongering of shit in order to engage in long, large scale decimation like this for decades, that's like multiple generations, guys. It's like 2 generations of people just ravaged. It's not okay. It's not okay. And we are never going to have freedom here, okay? In America, it will be impossible for America, for marginalized people. If you're black, if you're a black woman, if you're Hispanic, if you're fucking, you know, a woman, right? All LGBTQ trans people, nobody in America is ever going to be free until we stop funding this. We can't even have freedom here. We can't even recognize what freedom looks like because we fund oppression and decimation and annihilation, okay? You can't fund oppression and decimation and annihilation over here and then be like, well, I'm going to fucking expand freedom over here. No, it's like you either are moving towards destruction or you're moving towards empowerment. You can't do both, okay? I don't empower my kid and then have a destructive relationship with my woman, right? Or have an empowering relationship with my woman and I'm destructive with my kid. If I am destructive with people, that's bleeding into every relationship. I'm not like Mr. Empowering over here. Oh, yes, honey, I love you. And then I'm going to go, right? Doesn't work like that. You can't. We can't take care of people here, you know? And the problem, guys, is that we think this is okay. Okay? We think it's okay to do this. If you're like, if we think you're the right people, you know? Yeah, mutiny on the bounty. I mean, there could very well be some like stopping taxes. Yeah, like defunding our own government. We should maybe consider that. See, it's hard though. You know why it's hard? Why it's hard, Gen W, is because the federal government is like a step ahead of us. Because you may have noticed, right? They set up the tax system to prevent us from cutting them off. Because you have an employer and your employer takes the money out and sends it right to the government. So it's not even the state. If the state collected the tax, they could then withhold them from the government. But your individual employers send that money to the federal government, or the federal government will put them out of business. So they have created it so the state or the local level can't do it, right? They've made it effectively impossible to cut off their flow of income, right? It's fucking brutal, dude. You know? But yeah, I don't know, dude. This shit is weighing on me, guys. It is. It's weighing on me. You know, when I saw this guy and he was so like peaceable about it. Okay. This guy was like, you know, I mean, he was speaking loudly, but he wasn't berating. He did call him a genocidal maniac, but he was pretty impassioned and he said his piece. But it was very accurate that the fact is worldwide, people were like, wow, the level of destruction going on here is really like toxic and not okay. And not only did we keep funding it, guys, but we funded this whole fucking party, and then we went and attacked somebody else in the region on top of this. For no reason, guys. We created some fake circumstances, the same fake circumstances that the people who did this with our money have been saying for 30 years. And then we let them do this. We paid for this party right here. And then after we paid for this, We then went and attacked another country for these people, and we lied in order to do it. And now we can't get out. And now, you know, Trump has repeatedly threatened to do this. Because the other thing is there's a whole bunch of civilian targets here. Right? And that is, right? That is fucking, you know, that's another thing about this is these aren't military targets. Okay? These guys, right? These guys, dude, who are you yelling at, boss? What are you screaming at? Right? You're yelling at somebody in the chat about Russia, right? Is that what you're going on with? Who are you having a discussion with someone? Right? You know? When you say quit talking to me? Oh, I see. You're like yelling at a chatter because they're like, stop spewing Russian. I mean, let's keep it fucking some respectful. You know what I'm saying? Like, all right. You know? Let's keep it respectful. You know? Right? I don't mind if people argue. You know what I'm saying? But well, no, my problem is you're saying shut the fuck up, bitch. I don't care about Russia. Mind your fucking business. And like that just seems like that's a lot to be in a chat, you know, when like, you know, like I don't see anyone fucking calling you names and you're obviously like very triggered and shit. And I don't want that kind of fucking, you know, I don't want everybody in my chat talking to each other like that. Right? I'd prefer you go get on Twitter and aim that energy at some right wingers, right? Or some, you know what I mean? Like if we don't need to fucking scream, shut the fuck up, bitch, to each other in here, you know what I'm saying? Like you can talk about it, but try to be a little respectful, right? Or if you don't want to talk to them, you know what I'm saying? If you don't want to talk to them, then just block them and you don't even have to see their shit. You can move on. Timing and health conditions of both combatants. Let's go. Dude. Yeah. So anyway, to get back to my point, right? To get back to my point here is, right? Dude. All right. So yeah, I don't know what your fucking thing is, but dude, I gave you fucking fair warning, boss. Now I'm just going to move you along, right? You know, you can block the correct option. Okay. If you see somebody in chat where you're like, God damn, I don't want to see one more word from this motherfucker. That's when you use block and then they go bye-bye. Okay. But if you keep typing, don't fucking talk to me. You like use the goddamn block button. Empower yourself. Okay, don't sit there and scream into the void. If you want someone to quit talking to you, then quit looking at what they're saying. You can easily remove them. There's no reason to continually see their shit, right? If I am so enraged on Twitter, I block them and then I never see their shit or you mute them, right? I'm not going to just sit there and be like, stop being in my replies. You motherfucker, get out of my fucking replies. You know? You know what I'm saying? Like, come on. There's no reason to do that shit. Just block and move on. Right? I mean, dude, if we're going to be disrespectful, we're going to do it to MAGA. Okay? We're going to do it to MAGA. I mean, we can have all the disagreements in the world, but I don't think we should be screaming, shut the fuck up, bitch, you fucking piece of shit, to each other in chat. I think that's a like not helpful energy, guys. You can't fight a good fight when you're typing that shit in chat. You know what I mean? Right? So that's where I stand on that. I don't mind disagreements, and you don't have to like each other. But and especially though after I'm like, yo, tone it down, and then you immediately respond with more of that. It's like, all right, now you gotta go. Dude. Dude, if anyone's calling anyone a fucking piece of shit, you know? Yeah, no, I didn't see you fucking being fucking disrespectful or anything. Right. There were a lot of fucking messages though. Right. Yeah. Yeah, no, this pick is pretty sad, guys. It's hard. You know? It's hard. I just, you know, I feel bad. Like I want, you know, gotta keep shit though somewhat sane. Yeah, this picture is fucked up. It's pretty hard to fathom, dude. Talk about third eye blind. Let's go. Yeah, no, this is definitely some third eye blind shit, boss. It's just so brutal, dude. It is so fucking brutal. Right? But see, he's had previous altercations with Chuck Schumer.
Leader Schumer, you voted for the 2002 Iraq War resolution claiming Iraq was vigorously pursuing nuclear weapons. Do you acknowledge that Israel has nuclear weapons?
Yeah, I didn't get your question.
Do you acknowledge that Israel has nuclear weapons?
I'm not. You can go read the newspapers about that.
You can't acknowledge that Israel has nuclear weapons, sir.
It is a well-known fact that Israel has nuclear weapons, but the Israeli government doesn't officially talk about what kinds of weapons and where, etc.
Does the U.S. government be forthright?
Okay, we'll move on. Jamie?
You've talked about working families.
Dude, it's like, I mean, this shit is weird, guys. Right? To me, this shit is pretty fucking wild. It is. It's pretty fucking wild, guys, that like, why does Israel get to have nuclear weapons? Why? Right? They're like so unstable, so attacky. They're so overborn with what the shit they do. Why did they get nuclear weapons? Why are they talking about Saudi Arabia getting nuclear weapons? They fucking paid for 9/11. How is it that the people who paid for 9/11 get to have nuclear weapons? What the fuck, bro? You know what I'm saying? How is that possible? That the people who paid for 9/11 are allowed to have nukes, but everybody else isn't. That's some bullshit, dude. Let me see if my search function is working. Nope, still not working. Yeah, my search function is not working, and my grok is not working since my ban. But do you see this? Now, you ready? Let's see what we got here. Elon's fucking unleashing, guys. Elon is going to spend big. Elon is going to spend massive on the Republicans in this election cycle. Now, mind you, these people killed Doge. They didn't do any of the things they promised. Right? You know what I'm saying? Now, let me just say, though, you ready? You ready, guys? Wisconsin. Don't forget Wisconsin, because right after Trump won, and then a couple months into the thing, there were those special elections in Wisconsin for the Supreme Court seat. Elon spent $30 million in Wisconsin, and they lost. And they lost the second round of Supreme Court elections. And now Francesca Hong is probably going to win the Democratic nom as fucking governor. He lost 30 grand. Remember when he was dancing around with the cheese head? Remember the fucking cheese head? What a fucking douche, bro. 30 million he spent. It was, dude. Right? He fucking put on that town hall. When was it? March 30th of 2025. Okay? For the Supreme Court seat. Remember? There he is. He was fucking... What a fucking clown. Remember him? He was wearing the cheese head. 30 million. And he lost his fucking ass, bro. Dancing around like a fucking jackhole. So, I don't think we necessarily, like, he's not the end-all be-all. Okay? He's not the end-all be-all. But guys, make no mistake. He did go public with SpaceX for this. Okay? This is what SpaceX was about. I mean, it was twofold. Okay? The investors in Twitter wanted their money back, and Twitter's losing money. So then his AI company bought Twitter, and SpaceX bought AI, so he could blow out SpaceX and let people sell off, and the investors will be able to get their money back, right? But it's also, he wanted an increase in valuation so he could get money for the elections. 100%. He's going to fund these elections, guys. So corrupt. So fucking corrupt, man. We're up against the corruption of the corruption. But look at what he says here.
The reason I went so hardcore for Trump was because, to me, this was a fork in the road. A very obvious fork in the road. If they had another 4 years, they would legalize enough illegals in the swing states to make the swing states not swing states. They would be blue states.
All right, now, first off, that's bullshit. Because, guys, many of the undocumented people that come from South America are not voting Democrats. That's bullshit. Okay? They're hardcore, patriarchal, Catholic, fucking, like, people. Not all of them, but a lot of South America is hardcore fucking Catholic. Hardcore fucking Catholic people are probably voting Republican, especially if they're from a patriarchal sort of like social system. Okay? And I'm saying the ones that come here and do become citizens and vote are fucking not necessarily voting fucking Democrat. And not only that, but a whole bunch of illegal, undocumented people are not voting. Because obviously, you would notice if there was an influx, if 20 million voters came in, that's a lot of voters, okay? That's a lot of fucking voters, boss. 10 swing states, that's like 2 million voters per swing state. So if 20 million people came in to America and they were all voting Democrats, you would see states like... You would see the population of states increase by like 50%. There's only 5+ million people in Wisconsin. Okay? If 2 million people moved to Wisconsin, Wisconsin would be like 50% bigger. Yeah, come on. Right? Such a liar.
Then they would win the presidential. They'd win the House, the Senate, and the presidency. They would then make district, D.C. into a state,
It should be a state.
Maybe Puerto Rico, get 4 extra senators.
Should be a
pack
state.
the Supreme Court. So then you'll have the House, Judiciary, Senate, and Presidency, all blue.
Yeah, but right now you have the House, Judiciary, the Senate, and the Presidency all red. So what's his point? Right? All right, maybe he has a point. Let's see where he goes with this.
And then they will keep importing more illegals to
I see.
cement that outcome.
Oh,
basically
gotcha.
what happened in California.
Oh yeah, so that's why in 2014, right, in 2012, that's why in 2012 when we had, right, 2010 or whatever, when we had the House and the Senate and the Judiciary and the Presidency, we let in a whole bunch of people. We stacked that deck and packed the Supreme Court and never lost again, right? Oh, wait, no. Oh, so we had all of the things in 2010. We passed some health care, and then that was revolutionary. We got gay marriage, and then we didn't pack shit. But now we're going to pack it. Oh, okay. Got you. See, it's weird because they packed it. They stole Supreme Court seats, 2 of them. Okay. Then they expected, like Trump expected the Supreme Court people to just vote for everything he wants them to. He fills, all of his agencies are run by acting heads who haven't been confirmed because he confirms people, then fires them and puts in his friends. Now, here's the other thing, though, guys. That's really crazy because I know Elon's telling us this tale of, oh, let me tell you why I back Trump. But here's what's crazy is Elon knew he was in the Epstein files. Elon has known this whole time that he tried to go to Epstein Island, was in those files. There were emails with him and Jeffrey Epstein. He had to know that. And he, like, Trump said, oh, I'm going to release that shit. But he knew he was all over that shit. And so he was funding the guy who said he was going to release it all. I'm not buying it. I mean, Trump said he was going to release it, but these guys had to know that he wasn't going to release it. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, man. The whole time he was doing Tesla and running around being like this liberal guy, Pride Month, caucusing with Democrats and all that shit, he knew he was in the Epstein files. He's known the whole time. And right, he knew when Trump said, I'm releasing it all and funded Trump, he knew he was in there. What the fuck is going on, bro? Like, that shit is wild, man.
Jesus Christ.
It would have been the end. That's why I went so hardcore for Trump. It was otherwise been the end. And that's why the Democrat machine is so intent on destroying me.
It's just so fascinating that people can't see this.
Yeah, it's because it's fake as shit, you fucking dumb fuck. Like, cool story, bro. Cool story. But meanwhile, hey, yo, Joe Rogan, this guy you're talking to is in the Epstein files, boss. Like, Donald Trump is in the Epstein files, boss. You have a guy in front of you who is in the Epstein files, paying for another guy who is in the Epstein files, and they're hiding all of the Epstein files, and there are a whole bunch of investigations into him that disappeared, and you know, the guy he paid for, Trump, has got this like lifetime, like no audits from the IRS deal going, and they're both looting crypto, and then they're telling you, oh, but really, the Democrats and some immigrants, and yeah, they're all the bad guys. But we, the guys in the Epstein files, hiding the Epstein files, getting rid of all the lawsuits against us and fucking looting the government and the cryptocurrency and the markets and making going public with companies that have lost $50 billion, but somehow going public and walking out of it like a trillionaire. We're actually really the good guys. And Rogan's like, man, why don't people see this? Oh shit, bro. Let's find out the date of this. Actually, let's look at Elon. He's wearing the Raptor engine. Hold on, let's find out what date this was. October 31st of 2025. So this was after Trump won. All right.
It's so fascinating that people can't see this.
I mean, I invite people to do their research. The more they do their research, the more they will see that what I'm saying is absolutely true.
Yeah, especially if they do their research on this wonderful new AI tool called Grok. Why don't you ask Grok, guys? We have this amazing, or go to my new Wikipedia, my Grokopedia. Go ahead and ask Grokopedia if what I'm telling you is true, dude. Oh, shit, bro. Dude, look at this guy, though. This guy...
They do the research, the more they will see that what I'm saying is absolutely true.
Dude, this guy is about as objectionable as it gets. Dude. I mean, come on, man. Can we be honest about who he is, at least? Are we allowed to be honest here, guys? Can we be honest about who he actually is? That's Elon. That's what he really looks like. I got another one for you. There we go. That's what Elon actually looks like. Right? Here, I'm gonna put it in the fucking... I'm going to put it in the browser. There's what Elon... This is what he actually looks like. And this is what he fucking... The character he plays on TV. Dude. Oh, shit. Isn't that wild? That shit is wild, guys. That shit is wild, boss. Dude, it's so disappointing, man. It is fucking disappointing, boss. All right? Dude, now, you ready, though? You ready for some fun? I know we're going down some rabbit holes here, but dude, we got to look at fucking Laura Ingraham. Dude, this shit is crazy, boss. All right, you ready? So look at this video of Laura Ingraham. Okay, I'm not going to play the music. Now, I'll put a link to this if you guys want to watch it on your own, because there's some music that I don't want to take a chance with, but Laura Ingraham over this clip, she's talking about people being behind a speaker on this type of thing, and she's talking about people rolling their eyes, and she talks about people posturing and making weird faces and going out of their way to emote and just drawing attention away from the speaker in the hearing. And then she goes on to talk about somebody taking a picture of themselves, taking a selfie, and she is just railing about how like bad taste it is, how terrible and unprofessional and immature it is. But look at her during Fauci. Okay, watch her expression. Look at her. Taking a selfie? Dude, the smirk she had on her face, shaking her head. She just kind of rolled her eyes, mugging for the cameras. And at certain points, it almost seemed like a competition for the camera. Her little charade for the camera isn't just an example of conduct that is boorish and rude, arrogant and rude, always performing for the cameras, taking a selfie like a junior high school girl. Isn't that wild? Dude, look at her, bro. Dude, these faces. She is deranged. Oh my God. Dude. She is fucking deranged, guys. She is pretty beat. Dude. She is beat, boss. Dude, this is crazy, though. Look at this shit.
Here with us to take on this subject, our friend Dan 𝗙liche, host of Outkick's Don't At Me. Dan, 3 scandals just this month, controversies exposing the league for what it is. How does this league survive?
I don't know, because you used the right word. It's just stupid. You know, I'm looking at Angel Reese and I'm looking at Paige Beckers, and I used to tell my players, look, don't be the deadly combination, arrogant and stupid. Like, if you're arrogant, you can figure it out. If you're stupid, you can figure it out. But the combination is awful. And both of those two, I've never seen a player in a sport, professional or college, that admits to betting on their game that was allowed to play. So to your point, Laura, and by the way, that was an awesome angle. The WNBA fits exactly in terms of these players and gambling. They can do whatever they want without repercussion. In terms of the owner, I don't understand this with liberals in general. I don't understand hurting children. I don't understand going after our most vulnerable.
Dude. Can I show you something, guys? Because I feel like these people say they don't understand hurting children. But remember that? We paid for that, boss. Right? You don't understand hurting children, but we'll write a fucking check for this. Huh. Isn't that interesting? I mean, you know, or are you ready? You ready for another one? Hold on. I got them all, dude. They don't understand hurting children, right? What about that one? Oh, yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, hurting children bad. Okay? They're hurting children. They're talking about some people yelling at the paid shills wearing the XXXY t-shirts. Okay? Because now that Sophie Cunningham has made a comment that doesn't apply to trans people at all, that bullshit about men and women's sports, right? They are now staging these XXXY rallies, okay? These anti-trans people are staging the rallies. I mean, nobody goes to them. They're like a couple dozen people, but they're trying to instigate shit. Somebody saying, why is that guy in the background so unfocused? Dude, this is an AI fucking rendition. All right. I sometimes enhance photos with AI to fuck around with. The photo is from the 1993 video that is actually here. Right. But I like the AI version because you can see their expressions. No, that's not. That's a camera spiking one. This one. There's the actual photo. Right? I sometimes use the AI one, though, because it's creepy. It's got a creepy, weird perspective. Right? Then people will be like, oh, that's an AI photo. And it's like, yeah, but it is a real photo. Right? I make those for thumbnails, though. Right? It's like for thumbnails, it's nice to have clear imagery on thumbnails, YouTube thumbnails. But yeah, dude, isn't that wild? They're incongruent.
Just little girls supporting a woman, Sophie Cunningham, that supported them by saying men should not play against women. And here comes this big old angry lesbian that just rips these two little girls. It's disgusting.
She didn't even rip the girls. She said, you were fucking insane. Okay? Because, you know why? You know why? Because those girls were not there. Okay? Those girls were there because they were paid. Okay? These girls, the people that make these XXXY shirts, had a bunch of people in the building, and their fancy anti-trans billionaire donors paid for the night, bought them courtside tickets, and so they could bring a political sign to go and turn the basketball game. They did it in the woke city of Seattle. They're doing it in the woke city of Portland. They're going to do it in the woke city of Minneapolis. I bet you they don't do it in Indiana because they're going into woke environments. Woke, I use that term, their term for it, right? For us, it's just regular human beings. But they're going into what they deem to be woke environments, and they're having money to pay young girls to fucking, take the limelight and create a stir and be on the Jumbotron. And then they're waiting for somebody to be like, fuck you. What are you fucking doing? Again, these girls would not have gone to this basketball game if Sophie Cunningham hadn't said that shit. They would not. But the minute Sophie Cunningham said that shit, they have a whole bunch of people wearing these shirts, and then they're going on every news station. On Fox, they're going on Hannity. They're going on everywhere. And they're like, oh my God, these people. Oh shit. Oh, the woman, they got the fucking owner suspended for 5 games for saying you're fucking insane. But they are fucking insane. And even Brandy Cruz admitted it, that the seats were $1,300 a piece. A generous donor bought them for the girls. Okay? Right? Called them fucking insane. One of them was left in tears. Oh, so you're saying your donors bought $3,000 worth of tickets and put them in these anti-trans shirts that you say are just protecting girls, but we all know the truth. And we all know you're fucking trying to criminalize transgender people, right? You call it transgenderism. The president is openly made fun of and harmed transgender people every time he speaks by making up lies about them. So you put these kids in a city that is friendly and open for transgender existence. And you go and you put these people there with all this shit and purposely put them in there with messages politicizing this game. And then when somebody says, fuck you, you're like, oh my God, they made us cry. And now they're trying to get everybody fired. Like everybody who told these girls off, they want to get fired. And dude, they're mental. They're fucking mental, guys. Mental. And they're, oh my God, dude, if you look at Brandy Cruz, Look at this shit. You ready? This woman is so terrible. Brandy Cruz, if we go look at her, oh, I can't fucking look at her because my thing doesn't work. But all right, so if you go to Brandy Cruz, look at her tweets. First off, she's fucking hideous. Dude, she is. She's all these fucking anti-trans people. Oh, look at this shit. You ready? Here it is. It is about the, right, women's sports. She's on Hannity with Sage Steele talking about Sophie Cunningham, right? And then she's attacking Bob Ferguson because he defends transgender people, right? And then here's another one is they're like trying to attack some teacher about fucking testosterone vials or whatever, right? It's again about transgender people, right? Again, transgender people, all right? They're fucking, you know, planning protests. She's going on Hannity to talk about transgender people. Okay, there's an article here about attacking people who say, why did Jennifer say that's the woman from XXXY? Because again, this is a business. Okay, again, there's the fucking support Sophie Cunningham rally. They're only supporting Sophie Cunningham because she is now part of the anti-trans spokesperson. Every single fucking thing, okay? Every single thing here is about trans people. All of it. They're trying to get this guy fired. She's going on. She's attacking the mayor. Right? All of it is about fucking trans people. The whole thing. Okay? The whole thing is about trans people. Every single post here. Right? And now she's trying to like do some racial division because, oh, right? She fired a black police chief, but it's all, look at that. They bought them seats to wear these shirts courtside so they could be in every shot and hold up their fucking sign. They took their signs away. They put them there. All right, now, you ready though, guys? You ready for this? So, what we actually have right now in America is we have like 1 million people that are homeless. Okay, we have a significant number of people that are dying of drug overdoses. Okay, we have people that can't afford to live. People are going into debt. People are fucking struggling. There's people dying that we're funding like war in the Middle East, lying to attack Iran. You know how many transgender athletes there are in all of America? There's like 200. 200 in all of America. Not one American woman has lost a scholarship to a trans person. There's hardly any American women that have even lost a race, okay, to a fucking trans person. This is not a rampant problem. They have not taken over. The WNBA is not 75% trans athletes. And in fact, the same argument they're using against trans women, saying, oh, they have an unfair advantage, they said that about black athletes in the 50s. They tried to stop the black athletes. Now, I want to address what Donna says here. Just because you don't want a trans woman competing in the lane next to you doesn't mean you are anti-trans. Well, it does, Donna, and I'll tell you why. Okay? Because their tagline is saying men and women's sports. But a trans woman is not a man. A trans woman is a type of woman. And especially trans women, if they don't go through boy puberty, okay, they are totally women. A trans woman who doesn't go through boy puberty and starts hormones is an absolute woman, okay? And 5 million trans women in the world have vaginas right now. 5 million. That's the state of Wisconsin worth of trans people. That trans women that have vaginas, but these people won't even let them, they won't say they're women. They say men in women's sports, which is about a denial that trans women are even women. And they won't let them. They want to prevent trans women. They want to force all trans women. If somebody discovers they're trans at like 14, they want to force them to go through boy puberty. Okay? They want to force them to go through boy puberty. That is anti-trans. If you want to force a transgender person to go through boy puberty, that is anti-trans. All right? And the thing about this is they're saying that we want the grotesque unfairness of men playing in women's sports. There are no men. There are no men. Okay? There are a small handful of trans athletes, transgender people. There are trans men too. Okay? Mac Beggs was born with a vagina and he transitioned. He started transitioning early. He wanted to go in and compete against the boys. Texas wouldn't let him. Texas forced him to wrestle girls. He went 89-0. 89-0. Won all the state championships. Decimated the girls. You didn't hear one headline about him. He was literally beating up all the girls, a trans athlete. There was not one fucking headline about him. Okay? They forced him to wrestle the girls and he fucking decimated them. Not one headline. Most people who talk about trans sports don't even bring up Mac Beggs because this has nothing to do with men or sports. It doesn't even have to do with unfair advantage. It has to do with a bunch of religious people, especially religious men that are attracted to trans women and they think that makes them gay. And it is a bunch of other religious people that feel like transgender people and their existence breaks apart their religious hierarchy. And so they've created this idea of men and women's sports, this big scary thing like they call us communists and shit. Okay? They've made up this thing to scare people in order to pass laws. The people that are funding Brandy Cruz and that are funding XXXY, they're funding laws that are preventing transgender people from going to the bathroom safely, from being able to get IDs after they've transitioned, to take away their health care, to prevent them from being able to get mental health, to prevent kids that may or may not be trans from even accessing therapy to figure out if they are or aren't. It is a large-scale decimation of transgender existence, and they are lying. This isn't about sports, because if you go into these comments on any one of these Let's Protect Girls, these comments are filled with nasty shit about trans women and denying their existence, saying that they don't even exist. They're all just mentally ill. They're all just men in dresses, blah, blah, blah. So yes, anyone who backs this men and women's sports bullshit is engaging in transphobia, and they are as complicit in the eradication of trans people that these fucking religious zealots are engaged in, as you are when your tax money pays for the death of these kids in Gaza. It's the same shit. And because there is no such thing as men and women's sports. No men are in women's sports unless it's like some MAGA dude that is trying to be a dick and he's trying to do it pretending he's trans or saying some shit just to belittle people, like Donald Trump talking about transgender for everyone. Okay? It's fucking bullshit because it's real easy, guys. You can set guardrails. You can say, okay, only transgender people who didn't go through boy puberty can compete. There's testosterone level limits. Or, right? There are many ways. You could cook up 1,000 scenarios of ways to allow trans youth to participate. But the problem is, guys, they don't want trans youth. Okay? So they're creating this idea that transgender people are men, they're phonies, they're not women, they can't transition. You know what I'm saying? They've created fake shit in order to eradicate trans people. So all of these people are engaging in transphobia. All of them. All of it. It's all fucking bullshit. It is all bullshit. All of these people. And man, if you go into every one of their comments, okay, they are using threat to women as the danger to fuel what is an actual decimation and complete oppression of transgender people and a desire to force them all to go through the wrong puberty so they will forever not be able to fully transition. Because I'm telling you right now, if a person, look at 𝗙𝗵𝗏, okay? Look at anybody who has transitioned early and didn't go through boy puberty, they're fucking women. Okay? They are women, right? Women to the hilt, right? Matilda Hogberg is a classic example of Sweden, dude. Dude, she is 100% a woman. Okay? There is nothing about this girl that is a man, but they don't want people to be able to transition into Matilda Hogberg. They want to prevent that. They want them to go through boy puberty and then to never be able to be passing as females. And what's crazy about this, guys, is in 30 years, in 40 years, like, she'd be able to have a womb implanted in her and literally give birth to a baby. That is coming technologically, where you will be a trans person, will be born with a penis, and they will eventually be able to not only transition smoothly hormonally into their woman selves, but they will be able to have a womb implanted in them and give birth to a kid. I guarantee you it's going to be possible at some time down the road. They will be able to be, right? It's like, so it's just stupid to shit about this, because why does it matter if Matilda Hogberg was born in the wrong body? Okay? Because, guys, there is a religious thing. If Matilda Hogberg was born in the wrong body, that means their God is like not perfect, right? Okay? But like, man, the thing about this is, here's the thing that makes me mad, is we look at the Siamese twins who are teachers, okay? So if you believe in God, okay, God created these lovely girls that were, one of them was obviously born in the wrong body, okay? Because they only have one body, but they're fully functioning, okay? Why? Because, like, they don't even need separate bodies, because they're right. Are they not human, or are they human? Because you would think a human being, you have to have a body to be a human being, right? You have to have a head and a brain and your body. But one of these girls, like, they don't have a body. There's one body and two brains and heads and right? So, like, yo, dude, if these women exist, then surely there's somebody who is in a man body that is actually a woman, yeah, or a woman body that is actually a man. Like, come on, man. It ain't rocket science. Of course it exists. But again, these people, it's not just about sports, because when they're saying the grotesque unfairness, blah, 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 but they always say men. They never once talk about trans women. They never say, oh, hey, you know what? We're uncomfortable with trans women playing sports. They always say men, because they won't admit that trans women are women, even when those trans women are fucking Matilda Hogberg. So yes, that entire movement is transphobia. That entire movement is fake and it is a lie, okay? And it is a lie designed because they want to prevent trans women from actually being women, which is like, who cares? Like, who cares? Who cares what gender you are? Raven McQueen Network, let's go. Thank you. You've been here forever. You have. If you go to the earliest societies, dude, plot twist, one of those conjoined girls decides she wants to be a man. Yes. Dude, oh shit, Emmy, let's go. But again, guys, like, the thing is transgender women and men have existed since the earliest days. If you go back to Polynesian cultures, you go to the hijras in fucking India, right? And Southeastern Asia, you can go down to Oaxaca, Mexico. Okay, there are like cave drawings in Polynesia. You go to the Native Americans, there have been transgender people, third gender people, in between people, as in like before there was even a thought of a fucking Bible. People were worshiping the fucking rain and the sun and the moon when they were drawing pictures of transgender people. And those people used to be revered. They used to be like shamans and treated for their wisdom and for their special nature. Okay? And yes, the Nazis are the ones, when Hitler came into power, Berlin and Germany, they had been studying transgender people. There was a vibrant transgender community. Hitler came in and the Nazis, they destroyed all their research. They destroyed all of the work they had done. They fucking burned it all to the ground. They fucking criminalized them. It's the same shit, man. You know? And so yes. So just like, watch your step here, people. Because like this shit is what they're doing here. This is toxic. Okay? Because you ready for this, guys? Okay? Hear me out on this. These girls are going to go to college. All right? In the NCAA, when these people got the NCAA because of Riley Gaines and Leah Thomas winning a race, there had already been transgender athletes for a decade in sport. Nobody made a big deal about it. But then Leah Thomas won. Riley Gaines got mad. She decided to become a figurehead. The right wing grabbed her because they're cooking up this trans issue as a way to scare religious people and scare their following into voting for them. Where forget about the economy, forget about your kid dying in war. You got to protect your girls. All right, they found the ultimate fear card here. Now, what's crazy about it is these girls will go to college. There will be 10,000 of these girls will report rapes every single year in the NCAA. That's just the reported number, 10,000. Okay? 10,000. Now, the thing about this is Riley Gaines herself at the University of Kentucky, while she was swimming there, her coach was raping her teammates. Riley Gaines swam against one transgender person. All of multiple Riley Gaines teammates got raped. 10,000 girls got reported rapes in the year that Riley lost that one race. What's the real danger to girls? Was it Leah Thomas and her late transition? Or was it the 10,000 girls who reported rapes? Which meant how many really got raped? 20,000? 30,000? Now, even the point is you're saying Leah Thomas didn't transition before puberty is my point. Okay, so then make a rule. You got to transition before puberty. But they don't want that. They don't want to let people transition. The first thing they went after is to prevent people from transitioning before puberty. They did that first. And then after that, now they're going to go after sports. So you can't transition before puberty. And after puberty, you can't go in sports. And then nobody can get health care. And you can't get a driver's license, right? Because they just don't want to let you change. And again, Lia Thomas was one of 10 athletes. And she didn't even win the race. She got 5th place. Nobody fucking got denied anything. Okay? But again, we could have a million discussions about inclusion, but they don't want to include because they don't even acknowledge that their trans women exist. So your point is wrong because your point is not the point these people are making. All right? And again, you know, if you have a problem with Lia Thomas competing because they went through boy puberty, then say, hey, the only transgender athletes that can compete, the only trans women are trans women who don't go through boy puberty. If you did that and made health care available to trans youth so they could start their transition and not go through boy puberty, like Kim Petras or some of these other trans women that have started their transition early, nobody would have a fucking problem with that. No one would have a problem with that. But I'm telling you, not one of these people wants to allow transgender people to transition. Not one. Because they don't believe that transgender people exist. They believe that they are all mentally ill. Like, what's crazy is they believe the trans people are behaving like the fucking those rapist people are. You know, and no trans women are raping girls in college. Not a one. They manipulate the dumb and religious with trans talk. They've always existed except reality. Let's go. So yeah, dude, this is bullshit. Okay? And when they're done for trans people, let me just tell you, right? You know what I'm saying? Again, Donna, you say, yeah, put rules in place. It doesn't make you anti-trans. But again, I'm getting rid of you. Okay? I'm getting rid of you because you're fucking annoying because nobody's putting rules in place. You fucking idiot. Get out of my fucking chat. Okay? Seriously. I've told you again, nobody is putting rules in place. Okay? They're calling it men and women's sports. They're not rules. They're denying existence. Fuck you. Get shit on. You fucking idiot. Seriously. Seriously. Get fucking shit on. God damn it. You know what I'm saying? See what we're dealing with? Jesus. Right? If they called them trans women and said, yes, we would like to put rules and parameters around trans women being able to compete in sports, okay, then we would have that discussion. But nobody who, if they even use the phrase men and women's sports, they are anti-trans. Okay? If they utter that phrase, they are fucking anti-trans. And if you allow them to utter that phrase near you and you don't tell them to shut the fuck up and correct them the way I just corrected you, then you are anti-trans. And after they decimate the trans people, they will end gay marriage. And after they end gay marriage, they will fucking try to resegregate. They're already trying to resegregate. And after they resegregate and end gay marriage, they're going to remove women's ability to vote. Okay? 100%. That is the end game of these religious motherfuckers. Get rid of abortion. Get rid of birth control so there's forced birth. Okay? Resegregate so it can be white nationalism. Cut off immigration so it is white nationalism, white Christianity. forced birth, so it's repopulating the whites. And then when all of that's done, they're going to get rid of gay marriage, so there's no threat to their religion. They've already eradicated the transgender people. And then they're going to take away women's right to vote, so nobody can disturb that system. And the white men, the white male Christians will have all the power, and the white women will be birthing vessels. Okay? And again, you ready for this? It's the last thing I'm going to say, and then I'm going and making videos. Women's sports does not exist because men were too competitive and they had to make a women's league because men were so skilled. Women's sports only exists because women were discriminated against for thousands of years. Okay? Men were competing in sports all the way back millennia. Women were not allowed. Women were not allowed to be competitive. They were not allowed to do exertion, physical activity, because they believed it ruined their fertility. And then when women got to go to colleges, no sports, only intramural, not competitive, only leisurely. And then when they got to go to the Olympics, they could only do tennis and golf. And then in college, they could do croquet, they could do tennis, they could do golf. Okay? They literally could not do anything competitive. And then finally, some women started like, fuck this, and breaking through that barrier. And eventually in 1972, when I was 3 years old, Title IX finally it made it so women's sports had to have equal investment in schools. And yes, they're trying to get rid of sports entirely, women's sports. I mean, you see them trash talking the WNBA the whole time, right? They hate women's sports. But literally, if you had men engage in non-strenuous activity and men raise the kids for 1,000 years, and the women competed in sports and competed against, trans women and competed against men from little on, and we did that for 1,000 years, women would be performing at the same level as men. Okay? Physiologically, if you go and look at species of animal like mama bears or female lions, man, there are plenty of species where the female of the animal, right? There are plenty of fucking genus or whatever, right? Genus is not the right one, but you know what I'm saying? There are plenty of fucking species out there where the female are every bit as aggressive and territorial and powerful as the male of the species, okay? It is not something that is inherent and immutable, okay? Like some religious fucking doctrine. It is like a giraffe. If you elevate the trees 1,000 years later, those giraffes' necks will be longer. If you make the trees get even higher, the giraffes' necks will get even longer. Okay? If men became more feminized and women became more physical, there would be parity. This is literally just fucking, this is literally just evolutionary shit, man. Right? Dude, it is stupid. Nailing it? I got you. I got you. And be warned, okay? If you come in here and you defend this men and women sport garbage in any sort of way, and you don't acknowledge the absolute transphobia of these fucking assholes, okay, then you're gone. I will remove you from fucking chat instantaneously, man, because you're enabling oppression, okay? You may as well be fucking firing one of these bombs yourself into a trans person, because guys, there's maybe 200 trans athletes, right, in the whole fucking country right now, trans youth. Okay? None of these girls is fucking dealing with a fucking trans athlete. Not one girl has lost a scholarship because of a trans athlete. They are aligning hundreds of millions of dollars, and they are fucking like on the news. The president of the United States is making up lies about transgender for everyone and saying that people are mutilizing. He's not even using a real word, mutilizing kids and shit. And he lied and said they were doing it without, like, behind parents' backs. The kids were going to school and coming back a different gender. All of this going on when, like, there's none of this is a real threat. But there's like 40,000 people dying a year of gunfire. Not worried about that. 1 million people homeless. Not worried about that. Bombs paid for people dying in Gaza. We're not worried about that. Okay? There's like, right? 10,000 rapes reported a year in fucking the NCAA. We're not worried about that. We have the Epstein files. They're not worried about that. But they are worried about 200 trans athletes. Fuck them. Dude, you are the MF GOAT. Thank you, Raven. Appreciate you. Fuck them. All right. That's my rant. Okay? That is my rant. Yes, it is not even a problem at all. It is a completely made up problem. And it is like the only focus. It is like the major focus, dude. When Donald Trump ran ads in his presidential election in 2024, the ads he ran were about they, them. Those were literally his ads. A non-existent problem, okay? A non-existent problem was the sole focus of his presidential election. And all he does is lie. Dude. It's fucking bullshit, bro. Fucking bullshit. All right. Now I'm going to go make videos. And you guys, we got a dance coming. All right? Dude, yeah, for me, guys, the way I see it, you ready? You hear me out on this, okay? And I know this is unpopular, and I'm not expecting everyone to agree with this. But what I will say is I believe that you're born trans, okay? That people are born trans. They're born gay. They're born, right? Like, right? The same way that those conjoined twins were born conjoined. But you ready? I don't fucking care if it wasn't even that they were born with it. I wouldn't care if people chose it, right? Like if people were born one thing and they decided they wanted to be something else, who fucking cares? Why would we care? Okay? If you're born one thing and you want to fucking get hormones and not go through puberty and you want to become something else, like, why would it fucking matter? If you want to, if somebody who was straight decided they were going to be gay for 5 years and then they were going to be straight again and then they were going to be non-binary and then they were going to be gay again and then they were going to fucking, you know, take hormones and transition at 65 and have surgery and live the last 10 years of their life as something else, who would fucking care, man? You know? I mean, if, you know, it's like, why would we even care about that? Why is that even a big deal? You know? I mean, and then we could do things. We could do things like we could have unisex locking stall bathrooms, and we could socialize people to use the public bathrooms like we do at the house, where everybody just shares a bathroom. And there could be separate bathrooms that are lockable where you can go in there alone if you don't want to go into the fucking, right? I don't want to go into a bathroom that has men and women in it. I'm going to go in this unisex bathroom that has a locking door. Boom. Problem fucking solved, right? The bathrooms, dude, we have a gender neutral bathroom shared by men and women. Every house I've ever lived at has had a gender neutral bathroom. You know what I'm saying? I lived in houses with a bunch of strangers People I didn't know. We had a gender neutral bathroom, right? I've never had a fucking transgender person. I've never known a woman who went into a bathroom and got assaulted by a transgender person. I'm 57 years this year. I've not known one woman in my life who was ever assaulted by a trans woman in a bathroom. I know I can count on one hand the number of women I know who haven't been raped by a cisgender fucking person. That's insane. I am hard pressed to find women I even know in my entire life who've never been raped or SA'd by a cis guy, but I don't know one fucking woman who has ever been raped by a trans woman, and much less harmed by a trans woman in the bathroom. Like, so fuck this shit. All right? All right. Dude, let's go. Now, Melanie's jacket means something. Who cares? Let's go. Thank you, Kim. All right, I love you guys. And yeah, no, you know, there are a lot of trans women who have been fucking raped, you know? And like you said, you know, a trans man who's been assaulted in a public bathroom, that doesn't surprise me. I know trans women who have been assaulted, okay? And like, that's very high rate, okay? Trans men and women, they get fucking assaulted like regularly. And they get assaulted by usually cisgendered men too, okay? Yes, good point. Family bathrooms, yeah. Yeah, guys. All right. Dude, I'm sorry. I needed that rant, guys. I needed that rant. Because let me just tell you, like, this anti-trans stuff has really been weighing on me, guys. It's really been weighing on me. Like, because their voices are so loud, okay? Their voices are so loud, and they have created, like, a fame and money machine that is encouraging, like, you know, the same way that, like, TikTok or music fame or acting fame encourages everybody to try it. They're doing that same shit with young people, guys, where they are basically, guys, it's a fucking strategy. Let me just put on the light here and say this for the normal thing for like my video. I don't know if you realize, but the right wing are using a very specific strategy where they are providing fame and extreme wealth to everybody who participates in their anti-trans, anti-LGBTQ, anti-Muslim culture war. And they're doing it to try and lure the next generation of fame and riches-seeking kids to, instead of them wanting to be actors or rock stars or artists or influencers, they're going to want to be anti-trans influencers. They're right. They are trying to lure the children with fame and riches. If you become an anti-trans influencer, we will make you famous and we will fill your coffers with money. Okay? That is what they're trying to do. Yes, they are trying to create an incentive structure around the desire for fame and wealth. And it used to be the thing that made kids move to New York or LA to be actors, or to move to New York or LA to be rock stars, right? Or to move to Paris or New York to be models. But now they're like, no. Get online and start creating a stir in your school, right? Go wear the XXXY t-shirts at the basketball game at the Sophie Cunningham protest, and then we're going to put you on Fox News. And there's girls like this, or that Ella Fry girl in Wisconsin. They're trying to lure the next gen to, if you become Republicans, if you engage in this culture war shit, we're going to make you like a rock star. You're going to be famous. Dude, it is a specific influencer strategy they're doing, guys. And they're going after boys and girls, okay? They're going after the girls with the men and women sports shit, and they're going and the anti-trans stuff, and then they're going after the boys with the fucking, like, the boy influencer gamer adjacent shit, the Andrew Tate shit, the Logan Paul shit, the vote for Donald Trump, MMA. Yeah, they're trying to cut your dick off. They're kind of doing a trans thing with that too. You have Benny Johnson going to young boys saying they're going to cut your dick off unless you join up with us. And if you join up with us and TPUSA and Andrew Tate and fucking Logan Paul and Donald Trump, you're going to be famous. You're going to be a big influencer like 𝗙𝗪𝗪𝗧𝗏, like Aiden Ross. Dude, it's fucked up, guys. Jen W, thank you. Let's go. All right. It is targeted. Okay? These people, they're not stupid. All right? All right. Yeah. Yeah, I know it is quite the trans rant. But guys, I'm just telling you that the trans people are just the gateway guys. Okay? They're the gateway. It's the gateway. Okay? Because it's this issue isn't just about, right? This issue is trans women now, but eventually it's going to be like women can't vote and women can only be birthing vessels. Okay? But they're starting, right? They're starting because, I mean, here's the deal, man. If trans athletes compete, like, that may very well raise the level of competition. It may eliminate some of the patriarchal hierarchy, right? Do you know what I'm saying? I mean, you know, it's like this crazy shit, right? Like, you know how we have like sexual shame and all that shit, and like, oh, you have to cover up your clothes, and like, oh, what were you wearing? And people think your clothing and what you're wearing could influence whether you're attacked. If we lived in a society where where nude bodies weren't dirty, people could be naked around each other and it wouldn't even be sexual. Okay? And I mean, you can go to nudist colonies, you can go to Brighton Bush here in Oregon, you can go to the Oregon Country Fair, go to the Ritz sauna, and there's like 10-year-olds and 20-year-olds and 50-year-olds hanging out in nude saunas or in nude hot springs, and none of it is sexual, right? Because it's like you can do anything, right, in the way you're socialized. You know, in Berlin right now, women won the right to go topless at the pools because men have been able to go topless. So the women in Berlin have won the right to go topless in pools. Now, you go to Europe, a lot of beaches, the women were already topless, but now the public pools in Berlin, women can go topless. So an entire generation of men in Berlin are, 20 years from now, will have grown up being around topless women at the pool and not thinking anything of it. They're evolving their society to remove some of these restrictions, right? Where like the women in Germany are going to be growing up believing that their top is not dirty, right? That's amazing, guys. Like, all of that shit is amazing, and you could absolutely have physical categories, testosterone levels, all of that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you want to classify sports, I mean, my thing with sports, guys, ultimately, I've always had an issue because sports are just not fair. Okay? Sports, like, right? Here's the way sports are. All right? You go on any Little League team in America, and there's thousands of Little League teams. And you know what happens on every Little League team, guys? I played every sport growing up. You go on a Little League team, and there's like 2 or 3 kids that are like really big and really strong, and they've grown way faster. They're physically advanced. And the entire team is those 2 kids being the kings. And every other kid on that team is shit that gets run over and chewed up by the superstars. And all of the other kids feel like they're lousy And then the coach's kid gets some special treatment, even if he's bad. Okay. But it's literally all through high school. There's like 1 or 2 kids that are better than everybody. And the entire machine is about getting them to the pros so they can make millions of dollars and have everyone else feel like shit because they weren't born in an NFL or MLB or NBA body. And so the entire thing of sports is like unhealthy and toxic and bullshit for most people. I mean, sports would be better in general if we literally made all of the special kids very young go and compete in a special league with the other special kids, and the rest of sports was just about having fun and not being competitive really at all, or being competitive but with normal people that aren't fucking superstars, you know? But we don't do it that way. We fucking, the whole sports is about the superstars and everyone else getting shit on, you know? It's fucking bullshit, right? It's bullshit. Oh, all right. All right. I feel better. Sorry. Thank you for following me on that rant. I feel better. And thank you to the person who got muted and who, you know, got kicked out and who I fucking, you know, muted. I'm sorry for muting you, and I'm sorry if, like, me, you know, telling you to, like, piss off was, like, mean or whatever. You know, I apologize for that. You know, we get heated sometimes, but it's, you got to realize people are dying, right? People are dying. So if you say anti-trans shit or whatever, and I tell you to fuck off, telling you to fuck off is mean, but people are dying. So we should be telling these XXXY people to fuck off. All right, you ready? All right, let's dance. Here we go. Oh. Let's go. Let's go. I just want to say one thing though. Anna, what's interesting is you're right that life in general isn't fair. But the thing about sports, though, is sports is like a special category of unfairness because people are born that way, right? Like in every other thing, sure, people are born with aptitudes, but like anybody can learn to play guitar or learn to sing or learn to be an engineer or learn to write a movie, right? There are things you can do, and some people might have natural gifts at them. But you cannot become an athlete without being born into a superior body. Okay? That's literally it. Like the way it is every single person who's born into a physically gifted body becomes the superstar on their little league team, and then maybe in junior high, and then maybe in fucking high school. And then by the time you get to college, still, there are these people that are head and shoulders above all of the college athletes, even like the most gifted of the gifted. And then only a small percentage of them get into the pros. But you literally have to be born among the most physical specimens. Like every single MLB player was like the best player on their little league team and the best player on their high school team. Every single one of them were. And then of all those best players, only like fucking 3% of those actually end up in the pros, right? But you can't get there without like you're born into it. So it is like, there's no way to like do that fairly for the rest of the people that just can never have it. You know what I mean? So it's like, it's weird. It's like hyper capitalism, really. Okay. When you think about it, sports is like aristocracy or monarchy, really, because it's literally you're born into the crown. And if you're not born into the crown, you have 0% chance of having the crown, like 0. Okay? If you're not born physically gifted, you have 0% chance. And if you are born physically gifted, you have like a 1% chance, right? I mean, that's what's crazy. It's like so unfair. All right, you ready? Let's go, baby. Thank you, guys. Let's go. All right, now we dance. Little deja vu, let's get it. Oh, I needed that rant. Dude, I needed that rant. This shit's been weighing on me. Let's go. All right, guys, let's go. Thank you for a great night. Appreciate you hearing my rant. I will see you tomorrow. In the meantime, you know what to do, baby. Stay radiant. Good night.
I just want to change the world. I just want the perfect girl. I don't want to hang around, I'd rather be found. It gets better, I wonder, my pleasure together. Everyone's waiting, anticipating. Change the world, but I'm not gonna wait my turn. I don't ever want to come down, I'd rather be found. It gets better, I wonder, my pleasure together. Everyone's waiting, anticipating. It's about you. I will never be alone again. I'm immune to the things they said. My heart's unbreaking. You're radiant truth. I know that you will understand because I find